Hi, hello, hello, hi. Hi, hello. Sorry, I forgot to put Spotify on for a little bit. So you had 4 minutes of just nothing. I usually do it, but I fully forgot this time. Hello, Nan. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone had a good Monday. I'm slightly worried because I have just like not my full throat, but like a circle in my throat that I feel is sore and hurting since I woke up. I don't cough. My nose is fine. I just have that. And since my dad has been really sick this weekend, I am worried he like gave me whatever he's having, which is great. Hey Antoine. So I'm slightly worried I'm going to be really sick soon. Hopefully not. I've taken like candy for your throat. I've taken tea earlier. I've been drinking a bunch of water. So yeah. Here we go. The thing is... how do I do that though? Because on Spotify I just realized I put the one same fucking... I'm having trouble with Spotify today. What I do is I just put... shuffle. Oh yeah, okay, that's the issue. Here we go. Maybe? No. Okay, I don't know what I need to do to make my playlist just repeat instead of it going to something else afterwards. That's what's been happening. But that's okay. That's fine. I'll figure it out when I need to figure it out. Because the issue I've been having is like after the 4 hours 55 minutes of my playlist, which since I re-click into it, sometimes it just thinks it's at the end of it, whatever. It goes to random songs, which I don't want. I just want it to be doing my playlist again. And it doesn't do that, and it's annoying me because then I can go into songs that are not copyright free, so would be good if it did not do that, except the repeat thing is not for the playlist, it's only for the song in question. Okay, it's fine, I'll figure that out another day. Whatever, so this week's, let me get the sketch up, here we go. This week's theme is pixies. So let me just do this so you can see this a little bit better. This is the sketch we're going to have for pixies. So what did I learn on pixies this week? I learned that pixies are from southwestern England, specifically. For some reason, northern people and eastern British people are not allowed to have pixies. Fuck them. They are more specifically from Devon and Cornwall. So I tried to get references of forest and like stuff only from Cornwall. So that's why I have like it's accurate to where pixies are supposed to live. So I got my sources from Britannica.com, myths.fandoms.com, and mythology.net. Yeah, they are supposed to have dragonfly or butterfly wings, so that's why I put specifically those on. Thank you. So they are tiny elf-like spirits or mischievous fairies dressed in green who dances in the moonlight music of frogs and crickets. And they are also pranksters. Like, there is an expression that's called being pixie-led, and that's because from the myths, they would lead people away from paths and stuff in the forest, and they would, like, make them lost in the forest. They are similar to fays. Fays, fairies, pixies, fairies, but, like, written with an I instead of an E and stuff. All of those are very similar creatures, to be fair. Apparently they are first discussed at length by British novelist Mrs. Anna Eliza Bray in The Borders of the Tamar and Tavy, 3rd volume from 1837. And they are concentrated around Devon and Cornwall. A lot of people think that their origins are probably of Celtic nature. So they were like taken from Celtic myths and stuff. Some people say they don't have wings. Some people say they have wings. So I decided to give them wings because it's more fun. They have pointed ears and pointed hats. They can have flesh, blue or green skin. Butterfly or dragonfly wings. Also fairies, exactly. You are great at puns. That's because they live in the water. They're similar in that way. And I've also seen people speculate that it might be linked to some indigenous people or certain tribes that would live around the area in Britain that would have like either like settled in Britain or like were indigenous to Britain that would sometimes have blue face paint. Like some people have theorized that as well, I've seen. But some of us were like, it's not possible because they were not living in southwestern England. They were in other parts of England. So I don't know. But it's interesting to know that like people have different speculations on where they come from and stuff. Exactly, fairies are the fae of the water. But yes, I did 2 little guys playing in the water, having a grand old time. It's mostly this pictures that I've taken as reference for like the whole background and stuff. So we'll start with that. I've kind of done a mix of those two, to be fair. I really wanted to draw this log, but I'm sad because it's kind of in the background and stuff, and I can't really do much more because of the simple reason that, you know, it's a big ass log and they're supposed to be very, very small. No worries for the fun lesson. I'm glad it was fun. That's what I do every start of those streams. I always start with like giving the different origins of the stuff and like the different researches I've seen and done. Because I think it's important. I think it's interesting to be able to know where stuff are from, because you can't really pay its respects correctly if you don't know the origin of stuff, I think. Okay, we'll start with the background as always, and we'll do the fairies later. I love when instead of just erasing my fucking sketches, I just do this instead. I might actually just... Oh, I forgot I was on low opacity for the sketch. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Just like make it green as well. So I'm not focused on the white of the back. Here we go. So, okay, we have the little... Might kind of do a big thing and then go back in. So kind of like greenish, brownish. Yeah, that's the kind of color I want for the rocks. Then I need to check the VODs for small bits of supernatural knowledge. Yeah, supernatural. Yeah, I always start with like the little bit of research I've done on the subject and all that I know, because I think it's interesting. And I'll try when I do the definitive version of the calendar, when I get it all together and stuff. I'll try to do little, not pamphlets, but like basically when you have like the calendar like this, and here you have the illustration, and here you have like the days. I'll try to maybe like somewhere here, like do a little summary of the story of each of those myths and stuff, so that people have a little bit of knowledge of them. I'm glad it's interesting. Yeah, I really wanted that, so that it's not just like, here, have this random creature you don't even know the name or whatever of. So you're like, no, here is actually like knowledge on it That way you can also learn. Because like there's some of them I wouldn't even know what they are if I hadn't done my research on them. Like the Bahamut, I didn't know at all that it was a fucking whale. If that makes sense. I mean, it's not always a whale, it's usually a big fish, and I decided to take the whale route because it's fun, but... You know. Some of the creatures in the list I legitimately do not know anything about, so... It's good for me to learn about them. Okay. You good, you good. Thank it, thank it. Yeah, I really like the fact that you went everywhere for these mythological creatures and not the obvious biggest, most famous. Have fun drawing, I'll check up later. No worries. Yeah, I really try, because like at first, I mean, when I did my little poll in the thing, in the Discord, I was a little bit like, I kind of hope that the Greek one wins because I'm a nerd for Greek mythology and this would give me more reasons to check up on Greek mythology stuff. But it's a good thing that this one won, and if I gave those two options, that means I'm not, if you just tell me like myths and legends, I'm not going to just be going to the easiest thing, because that's not fun. Fun part is also the research and making sure that like you're doing stuff that, I think as long as you're doing something that's in relation to at least some culture, you should be held to a certain standard of doing at least the smallest amount of research on it to try to make sure you're not being disrespectful. If I am by any accident, I hope people will tell me so that I can fix it, because that's not the goal at all. But I try to make sure, like, for some cultures I do a little bit more research than some others, because I know there's more chances of me getting stuff wrong because I know a lot less about those, but I do try to stay as respectful as I can and look up as much as I can on at least the basics on each cultures and stuff. And hopefully I do my work right. But yeah, like, I think doing, especially when you want to do something that's like specific to certain cultures and stuff, you have to kind of go away from the basic European myths that are usually the most well known. That's why I did like Valkyries instead of just doing, I mean, Valkyries is very obvious. I think I have a few that are a bit obvious, but like when I didn't have the space to include Indian and Hindu creatures from Hindu mythology, here we go, I was like, oh, what can I take out? And then I was like, well, obviously I'm going to take out mermaids because that's plain as fuck. And there's already like 1,000 illustrations of mermaids all around. It will be way more interesting to do something that's not a mermaid. So instead I did Nandi, which I think is good. Because at first I did like the first few that I had ideas for, I was like, okay, let's try to see with zodiacs, like if I can think of anything. That's why we had Godman from January, because Capricorns are born in December and in January, and I was like, okay, it makes sense to do Goatman for that. And I wanted mermaids for February because that's Pisces, and I was like, that makes sense as well. But then I was just like, okay, let's fill with other stuff. Like some of them I added for those months because of other reasons. I'll go when I get to them. Like there's one I thought of the myth in question, and I was like, that's the myth I really like. Is there like any festivities linked to that myth? And there was one, and so that's the one that we are going to have for September. And I was like, oh, there's a celebration of that in September. I'm going to put it for the September month. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. Some of them are more obvious than others, but at least like I try to have stuff from a bit all around. If there were more months in the year, I could make more of them, and that would be fun. But you know, I tried to include as much as I could, and sadly I couldn't do everywhere. But you know, I try to have at least a few per continent and different parts of each continent. Because when I look at my list, I have 3, I think, for Asia. I have 3 for Africa. I think I have 2 for Europe. I have 2 as well. I have 1. No, I have 4 for Europe because I have Norse and Greek as well. I didn't see. I have 2 for Northern America, and I have 1 for the Southern Americas. So you know. And when I was looking a bit of like where everything is, I was like, oh, I don't have anything for Russia. I don't have anything for this or this or this, and I was like, ugh. But you know, at some point you have to also make choices. Sadly. And like I can always make another one at some point, and that time do from cultures that I didn't put in this one. And I only have, I think, 1 that's a repeating country, and the only reason it's a repeating country is because the second one I wanted to include is one of my favorite myths of all time, so I was like, I really want to put that in. So that's why I ended up doing. I was like, this is a little treat to myself. For December, I get my favorite one. I'm allowed. And I felt I'm quite happy that I put pixies for June as well, because that I feel is very fitting to summer and stuff. Like it's a nice one for summer. Can't remember which one I put first. Did I put other like nice ones for summer? Yeah, they're from places with a lot of sun, so let's say it's good. God, even though it's going to feel a little bit autumnal with all the orangey tones, but that's okay. Because I'm guessing that picture was taken in... maybe those two seem like they were taken like maybe in October or December or something. Or September, more. Because all the leaves are down, but that's okay. This one is more summer, I feel like, maybe. I don't know. Maybe try a little bit more. Yeah, like this. I think that's a Steel Samurai song, but I could be wrong. But I think it is. And now I'm always so excited to be on Saturdays so I can play more mystery games. Well, now it's Driven. I was going to say Myst, but now it's Driven. It's the Myst series. Because now I want to know what the fuck is going on with that island. With those different islands, because I don't get anything right now. It's like, I love understanding what the fuck is going on. I love feeling like I'm like, okay, I'm at a space where I understand what's going on. I'm excited to know what's next. But right now I'm just at the place of like, I don't understand. I want to know. Give me. Give me. Riven gives you a bit more in terms of lore compared to Mist for sure. Ugh. I mean, this time we have people, which is a new thing. I mean, they flee when you arrive, but you still have people. No, it's too radioactive. That's not naturey enough. I don't like that. Here we go. Okay. Bit more the other way then. Yeah, that's better. Since the game series has like 5 games, makes sense that they would go a bit more crescendo, knowing that the first one worked, being like, okay, let's go. Let's give you, and like 4 books or something, let's give you actual big lore now that we've given you like a taste of the story we want to tell you. Yeah, it's too dark. Okay. Calm down. I really need to listen to Epic, the Greek mythology musical album that's been made. Well, I need to listen to it either way because multiple people have told me you would really love this, and I have listened to a few songs thanks to TikTok, not full songs but like snippets, and I was like, actually I would really like this, I do agree. But right now Helen is doing a list on her private Twitter account, is doing a thread of different streamers comparing them to songs from Epic, and I want to know what it is about. I want specifically to understand, because I know what it's about. Like, it's Greek mythology. I know the Trojan War, but specifically each vibe of the song. And I'm like, I need to listen to it to understand fully what she means. I need to listen to this fully, especially since she started reading my favorite manual of all time that I have reread last week over 3 days, even though it's 216 chapters. It's so good. I have reread all of that last week, and I'm like, you are starting to read it and get into it and sending me updates. I need to also get into Epic so we can talk about that as well. God, rereading that manual was so good. It was bad for my sleep schedule, but it was good for my mind. The sad chapters were less sad now that I knew what was going on. And when stuff would happen and stuff. It helps a lot when you have an extremely sad arc, when you know when it's going to end. You can skip through it easier. I recommend. Oh, and I loved all of the little hints that were early on that I had not noticed at all first time I read. I was like, yes, this is so good. God. In results of me getting very bad sleep though, yesterday I went to sleep earlier because I was like, okay, no, I need a recess sleep. So I slept for like 12 hours or 11 hours. I am very happy I did, because this morning I woke up and I was like, this feels like how I should feel when I wake up in the morning. Which is a feeling I don't often get. Except for my throat hurting, of course, but... So I was like, nice. This feels good, okay. I could have woken up earlier than I did. But I was like, no. Getting a few extra hours, let's go. Okay, good. Good. I read a thing, because a lot of people think we need 8 hours of sleep per night. That's not exactly true. There's a first condition, which is that everyone's sleep schedules are kind of different, so you might not need 8 hours, you might need less. But most of the time, you might need more. Basically, if you were AFAB, I don't like the term, but you need to use it from time to time. If you were AFAB, actually, no, you need more. Naturally, your body needs more sleep, because those studies were made on males, and so, you know, similar studies were done on women and AFABs and stuff, and usually needs more sleep. More around like 9 to 10 hours. I think it's like around 10 hours. That's like the optimum thing. So like, yep. Once again, fucking us over. That's always lovely to learn, you know. Phew. Gotta love when science is only for a specific part of the population. But yeah. So many people in the comments are like, that makes so much sense. It's like, yeah, it does, man. And of course, when you're younger, you need more sleep. Like when you're a teen and stuff, those are the years where you need the most sleep. And some people's sleeping schedules also are not aligned to what the world wants you to sleep, the hours the world wants you to sleep at and stuff. Like, I know I'm very not in those. And I have insomnia on top of it, so it's great. I feel like a lot of my stream is just hearing me talk about my insomnia, but it's okay. And so when you add all of these on, you end up with people that are sleep deprived 24/7, basically. Because even if you like get your 8 hours sleep, if you're working a job where you have to wake up early in the morning or something and you're a night person, then you're going to get less good sleep and something, and you're still going to feel like really tired all the time because you're going to sleep later than maybe you should and stuff because you cannot go to sleep earlier. There was a joke PowerPoint made for Smarty Pants, which is a show on Dropout, which is just funny PowerPoints that they're making and then they present them. It's really fun. And one of them was "Morning People Are an Oppressive Class." That was the title of the PowerPoint, and then the PowerPoint was very funny, blah blah blah. But someone quoted that, like, a bit of that PowerPoint and was like, actually, this is kind of true because of X, Y, and Z. And I was like, that's very funny. The person was like, actually, this was not that much of a joke. It is actually also just a reality if you're a night person. A big part of the world is just telling you fuck you 24/7 and not letting you live how you should. Of course, it's not to like to the point of a lot of other oppressive classes, you know, but it is part of. Do I like how I'm doing the rocks? That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know if I like it. Okay, I'll continue. I'll try. I'll see. I can do this. But yeah, it's interesting to look at. I don't know the most amount of facts about this because I know there's a lot of science to sleep and stuff. But yeah, I always think about, you know, like sleep studies and stuff like that. Like how, you know, you put someone to sleep and then you calibrate their sleep and stuff. And I always think how that would be interesting for me to do because of how fucked my sleep is, to get help with that, but also how I would never be able to fall asleep there. Like, I'm like, they just wait for you to fall asleep. I would not be able to do that. I would have to tell them, can you come back in like 5 hours? Maybe I'll fall asleep. How does that work? I have no idea. Because, like, I'm going to need... Because you can't have your phone in there either. Because, like, either, like, take a book to help you sleep. Yeah, that's... Half the time books make me more hyped and harder to just go to sleep. Oh, then just, like, wait and fall asleep. That does not work. I just get extremely anxious in an anxious spiral, and then I can't go to sleep because of the anxious spiral, and I need something to get me out of the anxious spiral. AKA my phone or a book or whatever. Usually my phone, because video helps with that, because book will just, you know, thoughts come back. It's harder to get out. I need to make the moss more uneven on these because they're all kind of facing the same way. That's not good. That's when I put the moss a bit, the moss a bit more, because I kind of use the moss as a highlight, which is fine, but that's not how that works in real life. Moss can be also not highlighted part of the rock. Even though it's usually on top of the rock, so. Okay, that's already better. Anytime I feel shit about my voice hurting for X or Y reason, or not always my voice, but like my throat or whatever, I always like to pretend in my brain that it's because my tea is going to make me make my voice go lower. And then I feel a bit better about it. I'm like, okay, it's worth it. And then it doesn't happen and I'm sad. That's not at all how it happened the ways before. So why would it happen like that now? I don't know, but you know, makes my brain feel better about this. Okay, let's do some highlights on this now. Reminder, if you want to make your highlights, don't feel pale because you're doing a very colorful piece or something like that. Instead of just adding white to your color, you add a little bit of yellow, which on the color wheel is just you go where the yellow is. The yellow is here, so I went a bit more to the yellow. It's just kind of preferences as well, because like, just do this on a little corner here. If you do this color, and you just make it wider, you do this, which is a fine highlight. If you do wider and yellower, it does this. Here we go. Which they're just different kind of highlights. So this is going to be more. Oopsie. This is going to be feeling more earthy because of also it's yellow. There's different results for sure. This feels a bit more artificial green for sure, because more green, but you know, to each its own. But I like adding a little bit of yellow in my stuff. Makes it feel a bit more natural as well, because that's what happens in real life when you're heated by the sun. It's like if the color was, instead of being lightened by an artificial light, it was lightened by the sun, because the sun will make stuff more yellow instead of more white. It's also a trick you can do in just normal painting, in traditional painting. If you feel like your colors are a bit weird looking when you make them lighter with just yellow, with just white, put a little bit of yellow in there. It's kind of like also when you want to make a color darker. No, it doesn't work digitally, of course, because you're not mixing your colors digitally. But if you want to make your paintings, your color a little bit darker, and you're working traditionally, don't add black. That will make it look bad. Add a little bit of dark brown and a little bit of dark blue. Perfect. Depending on the hue you want, you can put a little bit more of one or the other. The reason for that is usually what I use is ultramarine blue and dark sienna for the brown. The reason for that is because if you want to make black without using black paint, you would use opposite colors, or not opposite colors, complementary colors on the color wheel, which are colors that are going to be on one opposite side of the color wheel. So if I were to look for the complementary color of the yellow I have right now, it would be somewhere here, because it's on the opposite of the color wheel. The complementary color of yellow is purple, the complementary color of blue is orange, the complementary color of red is green. And so when you mix complementary colors together, you get as close as black as you can, basically. It works better with some than in others, painting wise. The one that I like the most is orange and blue. It's easiest to do because you can just use brown, which is dark orange, and a dark blue. You mix them together, you'll have a homemade black, which will look so much deeper, so much more interesting than already made black. And to darken your colors, that also makes it a lot more rich. Of course, it depends on what effect you want to do, like black as a paint on its own also serves a purpose. But yeah. And also to darken a color you would use is complementary. So if you want to darken a yellow, you put a little bit of purple in there. If you want to darken an orange, you put a little bit of blue in there. Extra. Make it more interesting. I don't know if I can do... I love doing that instead of working on my painting. But like, there's a... do a red here. No, that doesn't work like that. If you use color burn... Okay, I don't actually know what I'm doing right now. Just playing with it as if it was a canvas of real paint. That's not how that works. Okay, let's go back to this. But yeah. That's how you get colors that are not too dull and actually look a bit more interesting. Yeah, it's also why a color wheel is important. I think I should make this dark a lot higher. Yeah, up to here probably. Yeah, it looks better. That looks better. Okay, time for the water. I'm going to say this, probably regretting it later, but why is this taking me so little time? I felt like the rocks would take me so much longer. To be fair, I can go into a rock frenzy later if I see them taking too little time to do this. Or I can start working on the stuff I wanted to work on for tomorrow. All depends, I guess. My throat hurts. Because the water is a bit annoying to draw, so I guess it'll depend. Up. Sont éternels. I should put the lyrics version on this place as well. Of this song. I didn't do it because I thought maybe the version with lyrics would be copyrighted, but I'm going to add it in. We'll see, I guess. Where is this place? This place is here. Here we go. I also need to add the Dan and Phil Halloween album that got out recently. Oh, we have the unpacking. Okay, I'll need to add that in too. Okay, the unpacking theme songs from the game Unpacking. I love the game Unpacking. Is that even looking like water? And look at the snake in the water. Okay. Let's be focused on this actually. Go. I don't like when I do work really for myself and stuff. I don't usually use the painterly stuff that much, so it's been fun to do a lot more painterly things for this project because I feel like it fits it. So that's why I also do it. I don't just do it because I'm like, oh, whatever. So it's fun to get to that a bit more. Because I usually do a lot more of just little round circle brush and do everything all the round of that. But with nature and stuff, I feel like it's easier with a softer brush or something a bit more painterly. I went to my old TikTok art account. Old, it's not that old, but the other day, and to get the notifications off, and re-seeing all the painting videos made me really want to redo some acrylic painting, like an actual big piece. I could probably reuse one of my old canvases and like paint over it, to be fair. I don't have any canvases right now. The last canvas I had I used to do it's a big collage thing I have behind me. That's a collage of different all the different stuff you get in the book S, which I absolutely love, aka the Ship of Theseus. And so I collaged it all on that because it's a canvas board. I mean, that's behind me when I'm on the other cam, you know. I could do a little bit of this and then just part of it is white. I think it's going to look weird if it's all white. I think. Yeah, okay. Could just also add a rock here to make it better. Yeah, it's better. Kind of swampy energy, that's cute. It's okay. Swamp. Okay, not too much of that. Okay. Not too much. I want to put that a bit darker, please. Okay, here we go. That's darker. Go. Hello, Crow. Yeah, I'm doing, I don't know if you've seen it on the Discord or not, but I'm doing a calendar basically, and so I'm doing an illustration for each month on the calendar based on fantasy creatures and stuff. So June is pixies, so I'm doing the pixie one right now. Hope you're doing well. That's fully fine, Core, don't worry. Thank you. But yeah, don't worry at all. Doing the little fairies. I mean, right now I'm doing the water, but then I'll be doing the little fairies. The little pixies, sorry. Yeah. You did. You did. Thank you! Yeah. Did it myself. It was really fun to do. I'm still really... Even though my hair is not long at all anymore, I like the model too much to change it, because I really like the front swoop of hair, and I don't want to have to redo it. At some point I will, because it'll just be outdated, but I'll do that whenever I get tired of the entire, like, background and everything. When I redo a full revamp, I'll do that. So that's, like, future, because I'm very happy with everything still. Wouldn't be that hard to just do a version that has short hair, but I like the long hair. So I'll stay like this for now. Person with long hair. I get that for sure. I think it depends. I've seen people that I'm like, you definitely look better with short hair, but that's usually people that also don't really take care of their hair. But it depends. Like, I cut my hair because my hairline was getting too bad. I have very thin hair and stuff, so I had no volume on the top and stuff. I only liked it sometimes. I was like, oh, tired. Okay, let's recut it, or let's have it short again. That's fine. Because, like, if it only looks nice, like, 1 of 3 times, might as well. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of having to take care of it and stuff. Like, there is a certain... And it's a case I feel like with... I was going to say a certain type of guy, but I think like that's very much the case with women as well. Women, it's more a case of like they've had long hairs an entire life, they don't know anything else and they're scared to cut it because they don't know what will happen, so they keep it long for that. And I'm like, please cut it, it looks so shapeless. Keep it long if you want, but at least cut a little bit of it so it has shape, but they're terrified of doing anything. To me, hair looks the same from the start that it like goes under your shoulders, like enough that like it doesn't really get off of your shoulders when you move your head. From that length on in, it will look the exact same, whatever length you have. And those people usually freak out when you take out like the tiniest bit amount of hair, even though it looks the exact same. They're like, but it's so short. I'm like, no. Best you look the exact same. Long hair is cool, but does require maintenance. It really does, honestly. I'm constantly scared of cutting my hair, even though I have shaved most of it a few years ago. I get that. I think it's also because it's so much it's so much work to get your hair to a length that you like and stuff. It's also like I get also being scared of it because you're like, I've grown this out for years and years and years. Like my hair, when I cut it, I'm very impulsive with my hair, so I didn't really mind cutting it, but I had been letting it grow for 2 years. I was like, 2 years of work, bye. I have bad enough memories to not remember how I look with short hair at all. But changing hairstyles is like an amazing step to changing your life. Oh, truly. I've had short hair and long hair for approximately the same amount of time. Because I like cut all my hair when I was like 15, I think, like 16. No, I was 16 when I cut all my hair. So I've had long hair and short hair for approximately the same amounts of time, and I've had so much content of me with short hair everywhere online and stuff that I was like, I know exactly what it looks like when it's at X, Y, and Z length. Not to bring up you can bring up discolism whenever you want, don't worry about that. The option to shave there is thematically so cool to me. I haven't went that far in discolism, so I do not know when that is, but I like that that's an option that you can do something with. I will definitely, if given the option, I will definitely shave hair. I've had shaved hair like twice in my life, and I am very tempted to shave my head again. The only reason I'm not doing it is because I live back with my parents and my mom will freak out and I don't want to have to deal with that. But gods, I've been so close to doing it recently so many times because I really like how I look with shaved hair. And I don't get along with my hair recently, so I'm like, the temptation. But as all choices in that game, it feels extremely impactful. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Hope you can do it soon. Thank you. I'll see, because I get like half phases of like, oh, I really want to do it, and half phases of maybe I should. Because the one scary thing is that my hairline has changed a lot from when last time I shaved my head, because I've been on tea for 5 years since. And so I'm like, I don't know anymore what I would look like with a shaved head. So I'm like, But also I know if I do it, I'd be fine with it. So I don't really... It's just more dealing with people around that's annoying. I knew a guy at some point who modeled with very, very short hair. Ooh, that's really cool. The first time I shaved my hair, it was very funny because I had just dyed my hair just before that, so the shaved part of my hair was still colored, so I had the weirdest shaved hair. Where it was like weird and green and stuff because of the amount of color that I still had on there. She had like a centimeter of hair or close to it, colored and bright green or blue. Oh, basically, yeah. Almost what I had. Mine was more like mossy, weird green. A little bit of yellow, a little bit of black, because I had some of my hair dyed black at that point. So the reason why I shaved my head initially, I wanted to do it anyways that summer, so I was like, it's what's going to happen anytime, at some time. But I failed the dye job I wanted to do because I dyed my hair all the time at that point. And I failed the dyed hair, so I was like, might as well just shave it. And so I did. Oh, you should, it's really fun. Dye your hair. Just make sure you get in a habit to like condition it and use a mask or something for your hair. So you don't damage it too much. Actually, it does depend. It depends. If you have light hair, you can just slap the color on top of that and that's fine. If you have dark hair, you need to bleach it, so you'll need to, you know, like a little bit of this, a little bit of that to make sure it doesn't dye. It is an option. I think people should do fun things with their hair. Have dated 3 times in a while. Oh, I see. Then you know the drill. What colors did you dye it? Technically right now I still have dyed hair because I dye it a darker brown than it naturally is because I don't like how light the brown I have. I have a medium brown natural hair, and I like dark brown, so I dye it as close to black as I can without it being black. It usually ends up black and I'm sad, and then I have to wait a few washes for it to go dark brown again. I currently have bleached tips. Bleached them at the time I shaved it. Makes sense. I only tried some subtler colors like black and very dark blue. Ooh, nice, nice. When I was in high school, I dyed my hair a different color every month. And it's not me exaggerating, I actually did. I would get bored of the color every 4 weeks or so. It got to a point where I was, one, known as the person that dyed their hair in school, but also two, people were never sure of what color my hair was, so half the time when I changed my hair color, people would not notice because they were so used to seeing me with different colors all the time that people never really knew like what my hair color was at the time. That's cool, it's not damaging to the hair. Yes, it was very damaging. The thing is, I wouldn't bleach it every time I would dye it, so that was fine. Because a lot of the colors, like a month is like a good time for it to have a little bit like gone away and stuff. So I would a lot of time just, you know, put the new color on top of it and Color Fury would do its job. So that was fine. But yeah. So like that's the thing, I would only like re-bleach it a bunch, not at every color. And also I had short hair, so it would grow out and at some point cut the parts that are actually really damaged. So that's how I managed to do that without my hair falling out of my head. Yeah. And I kind of just stopped bleaching, not bleaching, but I mean bleaching too, but like dyeing my hair crazy colors, because the colors I like the most on me are colors that are very high maintenance. I do not want to deal with that, and the least maintenance colors that I like on me is dark brown, so I'm just doing that now. I really like, I've been tempted a few times to go back to like fun colors, but I really cannot with the upkeep and stuff. I'm like, ugh, I can't be bothered right now. So maybe in the future, if I get a budget for that or something, but yeah. I had a friend who dyed her hair into some cool colors. Nice. I still remember the first time I got the courage to dye mine and got dyed at her, and dyed hers at the same time. So in school, she got all the attention and mine flew under the radar. Ah, that's nice. That's good. Yeah, I did a few friends' dyes and stuff. I had a friend that would come to me every time she wanted her hair done, and I would do her hair. It was very fun. I was at a point where I did all of the colors possible. So I was at a point where you would go to my bathroom and open the bathroom cabinet, and like there would be half emptied bottles of dyes of every single color. Because I have short hair, so I didn't need the full bottle to finish my hair. So then I just had like, oh, what do I still have that I could do my hair with? Yeah, I did yours too, Helene. I did your tips. It was very fun. Your hair was really hard to dye, of course, because it's really sturdy and stuff compared to mine. I'm usually the person who gets their friend to help dye the hair. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, I misread. Both are fun, to be fair. Getting your hair dyed and dyeing someone's hair. I've only had my boyfriend, I think, who dyed my hair. Maybe a friend once, but I think mostly. Because I would just, like, slap it on there and do it myself. Yeah, happens. It's only annoying with, like, darker, like what I would use now. Because if you get it on your neck, that's stained. Where fashion colors are a lot more easy to get out. Because they're semi-permanent, where box dyes are permanent. That's what I've been using because it's easier to maintain, and it's just, I don't have any kind of issues with my roots or whatever, because by the time my roots show, the color has gotten lighter. So I usually just get to a point where I'm like, is this... And I never really see like the difference between my roots and my tips. So I usually just get to the point where I'm like, Is this light? Is it too light? Do I need to re-dye it? Yes, okay, go. And then I get that on for the next 6 months or something. It's an eternal cycle. Wish I was just born with darker hair. My mom's DNA fucked that up. Because my dad has like black hair. But my mom has blonde hair, so... I mean, now my dad has more grey than black hair, but, you know. Yeah, talking about dyeing the hair does give, like, the need to do it. What color do you want to do, you think? That's fine. Maybe do a bit more, like... I want to do some discontinuing neon stuff. Nice. The first color I ever did outside of because when I was 14 I got to a salon and she dyed my hair dark red because she said she wouldn't be able to do lighter red because she was lying to me and didn't want to use bleach on my hair, which is fine. I think you get like a young teen coming to you asking you to bleach their hair. She would have if I wanted blonde, but whatever. I get like not wanting to bleach their hair, but at that point, like, just tell them, hey, I'm not going to bleach your hair. This is why, blah blah blah. Don't tell them I cannot do that to your hair. That's just lying. It's just not cool to do. But yeah, so I had like burgundy dark red hair for a year because I went to her salon every few months to get it touched up, and then I got my hair dyed black by her as well, and then I wanted the black off, and she told me if you ever want to like get another color, you tell me, you come to me and I'll do that, because like black hair dye is very gnarly and stuff. And I wanted to do green, so I knew she wouldn't do it, so I just did it myself. I bleached my hair like 4 times with a friend and stuff, and was scared to go to a salon ever again because I did the the black dye without telling her. So the first fashion color I did was neon green. You don't know if you have the courage. Yeah, it does take a little bit of guts to go around with neon hair. I didn't do neon yellow, but I did like canary yellow, like a more orangey yellow. I did do neon pink quite a few times though. Neon pink looks so good. It was very funny because when I got that hair, like the second I did another hair color afterwards, everyone came to me and was like, you look so much better than the green. The green didn't look that good. And I was like, bestie, why did you tell me the green looked good then when I did the green? It was not like the green doesn't look that good, but a lot of people were like, this looks so much better. And I was like, well, thank you. I like the idea of going to a salon for a dye, but also I have homemade hair dyes. Yeah, same. Both are nice for different stuff. If you go to a salon for hair dyes, though, and you want that kind of color, you have to make sure they do that kind of color beforehand, though. When I was a kid, I didn't know any better, so I just went to whatever salon. And my parents were also like, please go to a salon for that. But yeah. Because there's some salons out there that do great colored hair, but that was not the case for this one. Which was just a very normie hair salon, especially in 2013. I'm narcissistic enough not to care about other people think of my hair looks good or not, I think. I hope. Aww. And I had neon pink too. I loved how that looked. Yeah, neon pink is one of my favorite colors I've ever done. Like, just bright ass pink. But same, it does like go away really quickly, so you need to redo it quite a bit. I'm sure you'd look great with any kind of neon, so I hope you can do it for yourself. Yes, the only thing is, like, I don't know if you have like studies or a job that will care about the color hair you have, because if they don't, like, just go ahead and have fun. Like, that's the only thing I think. For that and for that I'll likely go to a salon. Yeah, that makes sense, because those kind of colors are a bit more hard to achieve. Neon pink, not too much, depends. If you have the right hair dye, neon pink is really easy. But I feel like neon green, neon yellow, or neon blue are a lot more hard to achieve. Because they're just subtle to do. Yeah, for that I just kind of want to make it a bit more, not like that. Here we go. I hope you can get it done, because that's fun. And like, we got a little bit of amount of time here. Might as well have fun with hair colors. That's also the thing that I really don't get with older people being like, well, you shouldn't do that when you're young and stuff. Because like, getting hair dye and like bleach too close to the roots when you're too young, yeah, I agree. Don't do that. Like, it'll fuck your scalp. Your scalp is not fully formed. Like for very young kids, like 10, 11, whatever. But like at a certain age, starting a certain age, why, like, they're kids, let them have fun. You should be able to also do that when you're older, but you have more opportunities to not be able to when you're older, if you want to do certain jobs and stuff. So like, let the kids have fun when they can. I really never get that logic of like, oh yeah, we should get uniforms because like you'll need to learn for when you have a job. No, that's the opposite. You should have fun because maybe then you'll have a job where you can't wear that. So why not let people experiment and have fun while they can? Gods. Whimsy! When else are you not going to do it? If not in your late teens or 20s. Exactly, like... Also, that's the best time to do it a bit bad and it's fine. Because then you know what you like, what you don't like about it. It's really not the end of the world. Whereas if you're older, it's like a bit harder, I think, to go with a botched up dye job to your 9 to 5. Maybe, perhaps. I don't think I've encountered people like that in my life, thankfully. Oh, that's good. That's good. I did. To be fair, like in my middle school, like we were not allowed to dye our hair. I was in high school, but like a lot of people think like that and stuff like that. And there've been talks of like putting the uniform back in friends and stuff, so... You know. Yeah, no, they haven't really expressed their opinion to you. Well, hopefully they keep their mouth shut since they are. Normalize going to your 9 to 5 at like 40 with new hair color every month. I would love that. The thing that makes me laugh a lot as well with that is that I've seen so many grandmas with with like lavender fucking hair because they put their toner in for too long. So it turned out pink or purple and no one cares. Because they're like, yeah, grandmas can have lavender hair or like very dark purplish burgundy hair. So we have so many grandmas and older women going around with purple, red or pink hair and no one cares. So maybe leave kids alone. You know? I don't know why like that specific part of the populations are like, you can do your thing, it's fine. Like I would love to see more like 30, 40, 50 years old, 60-year-old people with like fun colors in their hair. That would be so fun. Like have fun. Capitalism ruins whimsy. Take it back. Like for some jobs I understand needing like a certain appearance or whatever, but most of the jobs where you are needed to have a certain appearance are not actual real reasons. You should be able to just have fun. Doesn't make you less professional if you got tattoos or if you have a fucking purple streak in your hair. I feel like there's just a period of time between your 20s and your 60s where you expect it to be more conforming. Truly. Like, I don't like the reasons as well. Like, why do you think someone with a tattoo or someone with colored hair or someone with piercings would be less professional? That doesn't impact anything. I mean, I know why, like, socially that where that comes from and stuff, but like it's been long enough that we know that it's fine, that those people are not less professional. I don't believe in jobs that requires you to be a plainest version of yourself. Exactly. Like, there's some exceptions where I can understand it. For example, if you're a surgeon and you're getting a hand tattoo, maybe do that while you're not on your job so that it has time to heal and you don't maybe get plasma over people. But apart from that, I think most jobs is fine. Like, if I see a service worker with stuff like colored hair or piercings or tattoos, that makes me happy for them. Exactly. Like, your ice cream or clothes are not going to have any change because the person that sells them to you has this or that. Like, very high-end boutiques and stuff, or like brands, I understand the whole like, oh, we have an image to uphold. Like, I understand the idea of you should be wearing something that's like works with what the brand image is. Like, that I do understand. But in most cases, tattoos and colored hair doesn't change that much of that image as long as you like the fashion goes with it. But even then, like, so for those very specific things, like, I can understand being like, oh, your image doesn't value with that job. But that's such a small amount of the actual job market. And also then that would mean that brands that have more of that image should actively hire people that look like that. Like, when you go to Lush and all of the fucking people in there have tattoos and colored hair. From very little I know about surgeons from random YouTube shorts, they mostly have hazmat suits they go in surgery with. That's very true. That's true. I have seen that too. I don't think they do something to their body that would go through it aside from pouring acid on it or something. But I know almost nothing about it. Like office workers with tattoos from John Wick. Yeah. I meant more like for the surgeon. I understand like if it's something to do with your hands or whatever that can affect it, like that I would understand, because hand tattoos you can't move maybe your hand as much or something, like it's not as hygienic to get a hand tattoo. Like you wouldn't be able to allowed to sanitize it as much or like as good for surgeries. So that I would like be like, okay, maybe get that during your vacation, come back, it's fully healed, and then we're fine. But except for like very specific reasons like that, I really don't see actual valid reasons to be like, you're not allowed to look like this. But yeah, like where it can be like a health hazard, I see why it can be an actual reason to have rules against it. Exactly. Like I understand if you're like, don't get, like if you're a food worker and they're like, maybe don't do this and this, that I understand. But most of the time it's stuff that can be rectified by other things, so it's not that bad, you know. Most of the time it's, yeah, most of the time it's just unreasonable. Like I've seen food and health jobs be like, don't have piercings because of X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, that would make sense if you wouldn't let people also have just ear piercings, no more ear piercings. But I think like some of it is like piercings that you cannot cover because you can cover your ear piercings with a Charlotte, like the hair wrapping thing. But I'm unsure. But also, what do you think the piercing is going to do? It's not going to fall in the food, it's in the body. Like, I could be wrong on this because I don't know that much about it, but no one's going to put, like, as long as you don't, like, put your nose inside of the food, I think it's fine. You know? Yeah, I feel like most rules against tattoos piercing that do exist are because managers hate fun. Yeah, truly. I mean, I know that like the reason from it is like from a cultural standpoint, people that used to get tattoos or piercings like very much was because of prison or because of crimes and stuff like that. So it was seen as people that weren't hireable, which is another issue, but it's not the case anymore, so why do you care? Like, most people nowadays have tattoos, but they're just smaller ones that are a bit hidden. Because also the thing, right? It's like they have barriers about that, where it's like, oh, if you have just little tattoos or very easily hideable tattoos, then you're hireable. But if you have like a lot of tattoos, then you're not anymore. And as long as there's nothing graphic on the tattoos, should be fine. Yeah, that escaped my mind, but also, like, I understand if you have a tattoo of something NSFW, like, yeah, put that somewhere where you can hide it for jobs, but as long as it's not that, who cares? I'd fucking love to have, like, a guy from Yakuza as my with a medieval style painting on their back. Oh, yeah. Those are so gorgeous. Like, traditional Japanese tattoos and stuff are so gorgeous. I would never get them because I feel like that would be weird, but it's the way of the house husband. It's truly the way of the house husband. Actual pieces of art on people's bodies, yeah. Like most tattoos are. Yeah, exactly. Most tattoos are. They are very, very detailed. What am I doing right now? The art tattoos you need like lots of sessions to do, I'm sure, as well. Ugh. I could never get a full back tattoo piece. Like, ugh. Ugh. Just imagining the pain of that. Ugh. This is coming from a person whose understanding of Yakuza tattoos from Comeback is a grappler. I haven't watched that. I don't know that much about Yakuza tattoos. I've heard a little bit about it. I know a while back, but I don't remember most of what I've heard, so. I think most of it is like a lot of symbolism and stuff. If money wasn't an issue, I'd tattoo my whole freaking body. If money wasn't an issue, I'd have so many more tattoos. Gods. I haven't had a tattoo in so long and I miss it so much. We almost got one in Amsterdam with Helen, but ended up not being able to. Because I have so many tattoos on my tattoo wish list. Because I have my little list on my phone. So many of them. Becky just exaggerates a lot, I see. Because right now I still have, like, if I had the money for it, I'd probably already have both of my arms finished by now. And if I had the money to get my top surgery, I'd have also my chest ones that I want. I love because I'm fully going to get one of the most basic chest tattoos you can get, but I'm going to get it for a reason that not a lot of people know, so it's fine by me. Because I really want to get it's very basic, but you know, a sword like on the thorax that goes like like from the chest to like the stomach a little bit, because in my favorite book, The Starless Seas, there's an order of people that get those tattoos. Because different orders have different tattoos and stuff. And so I want to get that tattoo for that specific order. So it's a very basic tattoo, but I'm getting for a really unknown reason for a lot of people. So it's hidden fandom tattoo, and I'm very happy with that. That will be horrible though, because chest tattoos are extremely painful. I'm like going through the list of people I know IRL who have tattoos, and the only example is a person who doesn't work in the most traditional style of work, so I guess this stereotype kind of holds, but mostly because of the taboo on tattoos. Yeah, that makes sense. You're talking big game? What do you mean by that? I know quite IRL. Do I know a lot? I don't know that many people with tattoos IRL, to be fair. I knew quite a few in art school that had like one or two, but that have like a lot of tattoos. I have one of my best friends that do. She's getting paid nicely by her job, so she gets like a new one every few months, and I'm so jealous. I wish I could. She just got really gorgeous under chest tattoos, like lines from the Lord of the Rings in Elvish, I think, like going around, like on her ribs. It looks so pretty. But the only idea for tattoo I have is reference to the Lost comic. That's the dream. Ooh, what is the Lost comic? I don't know what that is. Wow. All her tattoos are so cool, to be fair. Recently she got oh god, give me a second. Take all the time you need. I'll continue to talk about her tattoos. She had an entire arm of work that she wasn't really happy with anymore. Like, she still likes some of the work on it, but some of it she didn't like anymore and stuff. So she got a cover up done, and it's all like all black flowers, and you can still see the tattoos that she had underneath in the white that like forms the petals. And it's so gorgeous. I usually don't really like cover ups and stuff, like black cover ups, but she did it in such an elegant and beautiful way. It looks incredible, honestly. Ooh, know your memes. Oh, that one. I think I know what you're going to send me. Yes, I know. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I thought this is very funny as an idea for a tattoo. I have my list. Wait, how many do I have on my list? C'est le prix à payer. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I mean, that's not 20, that's like a bunch of them. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I have 25 tattoos ideas on my list. I feel kind of sad I don't have many embarrassing moments from my teenage years. I mean, that means you have less things haunting you at night, so... To be fair, those tattoos weren't much like embarrassing moments from her teenage years. It was just work she wasn't vibing with as much anymore. Also depends what you mean by teens, because, like, 18 to get a tattoo, legally, technically. It kind of still teen, though. I'm still happy with the first tattoos I got, so, But they were very small, so... And I got mine, 3 days after I was 18, I was there. God. The year I was 18, I got a tattoo a month because I had money saved up from years and years and years to get tattoos. From, my birthdays and Christmases and stuff. And the moment I was 18, I was like, let's go! So I got, a tattoo a month for, a few months. Thanks to that. I mean, my post-cringe era was the stuff I felt embarrassed before I see just as nice moments in my life. Exactly. That's what I say a lot with tattoos. Where I'm like, it doesn't matter if you're getting a tattoo in remembrance. As long as it's not, a name, for example. As remembrance for someone or something. Because even if that's something or someone, it's not in your life anymore, you can still think about the good times and stuff. I mean, there are exceptions to that, of course. If someone really fucked you up and you got a tattoo for them, or if it's something too literal. That's also why I really like hidden kind of meaning of tattoos. But stuff that I liked a lot and now I don't like anymore as much. It's just such a nice little remembrance of that era and stuff. Like, I have my The Adventure Zone tattoo on my arm, and I don't listen to it anymore, and I don't really care for The Adventure Zone anymore, but it was a huge part of my life for very long. And made me meet a lot of people that I now hold very dear to my heart. And so it always will mean something to me, and I'm very happy to have that tattoo in remembrance of that. Every moment you feel was the most embarrassing of your life is a moment you will look back on and be happy you wasn't scared and tried something new. That depends what you mean by embarrassing. Like, at some point I did random school gatherings. In a random school gathering, I did a hand sign from JoJo with the meaning, your underwear is showing. Oh god. And I felt like I was going to die from embarrassment then. But now I just look back and found that's really cute. Yeah, that's sweet. No, I still have moments that I look back upon and I'm deadly scared of. But also that's because my anxiety has not gotten better. The one time I cheated and got caught in class still haunts me. I had a time where I wasn't counting stuff I should have been counting for someone else's swim exam, and I'm still terrified of that moment. Does depend, yeah. Cheating class so fucking weird, to be fair. No! To be fair, okay, that story. I was in Latin class, which already is not good, because I was fooled thinking I was going to learn about Roman culture and stuff. Instead, we only learned fucking vocab, and I have ADHD. I cannot learn stuff quickly if I'm not interested in it. I was already having not the best grades and stuff because we had to learn a new vocab list or a new tense or something every fucking week, because we had classes every week, and we needed to learn that every week. I could not remember for the life of me. Everyone in that class was cheating. I was the only one that got caught. It was the only time I did cheat. I just got the worst luck ever, basically. Everyone in that class was cheating. It was wild, and I was the only one that got caught. The one time I did cheat. Like, I still remember one of my exams I did in uni when a professor just straight up left during it and left us all without supervision. That is wild. I just got lucky in uni because I did art school, so I didn't have anything to cheat on because you do art, so what the fuck are you going to cheat on? Except if you're copying someone else, but you know. I mean, we did have some art history exams in our first year you could have cheated on, but apart from that, most of the stuff you can't really cheat on that, so it's fine. It's good to start early. Yeah, you kind of need to build up confidence with cheating. Yeah, I never started. I mean, I started once. Like, I did that one time. And I think, like, once in primary school, like, I looked at someone else's answer sheet and then I felt bad. But apart from that, I never cheated. And I don't think I ever will. Again. I mean, I don't have anything I could cheat on right now. I finished my exams and shit. And if I were to go back to studying, it would not be something I could cheat on. But, yeah. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Need a bit of that on here. It's the thing, like, I've always been a goody two-shoes in class and stuff, so... Like, I've always been the kind of person that prefers to have, like, a really bad grade, but having done it myself and then be sad about it, than cheat it, because that felt really bad afterwards. I was born with the kind of guilt that usually is only installed in extremely religious kids, except I was never extremely religious. Just got that for no reason. The attitude towards cheating some of my teacher professors had was, if you go through the process of writing stuff down to look up later, you'll probably remember some of it later, and that's what the exam and teaching is for, so cheating is kind of fine. Oh, I think that's a good thing. The thing is, like, the French teaching method is very much learn stuff by heart, and if you don't know it by heart, you haven't been taught right enough. The issue is, that's not how my brain works. I forget shit all the time. And if it's not interesting to me, I will not remember it. So I've had sessions where I would like rewrite my entire fucking history and classes and stuff and not remember anything. So like I would rewrite that stuff like 2, 3, 4 times and still not remember anything. Reread it, I don't know how many times, still not remember anything. Like, I would remember what was happening, I would not remember any dates, I would not remember any name, which is not great for history. And that was the case with a lot of things, so I've been lucky to be a good student overall. In general, like, I didn't have too many issues learning, but towards the end of my high school was when, like, my ADHD started really picking up, so I was doing worse and worse. Which is fine, like, I got my exams, I had a mention and stuff. Like, I did fine. But 1 or 2 more years would have been fatal, I think. I started late on cheating for a long while I was on the same boat. Yeah, neurodivergence is kind of just treated as being lazy stupid from school, for what I understand. Yes! I remember my history teacher that was like, you clearly have knowledge, but if you just like studied a bit more, it'd be great. And I was like, I try so hard, nothing is getting there. I can tell you A to Z is the exact thing, everything happening. I do not know when it was, I do not know who was involved. That's the thing, like, I kind of also needed to succeed at my exams because the catch-up thing is an oral exam, and I would not have been able to get through that. I went through the whole bright kid who burned out the Bristol. Same. I got the shitty version of that because my brother was the quote-unquote bright kid. So I got that, but felt like a stupid kid throughout the entire time because my brother got his final high school exam at 14. And I got the same grades with trying hard. He had not tried. With trying hard at 17 years old. Oh, it was great. If I find a topic interesting like math, I would be better in it. Stuff I don't find interesting would be impossible to hold in my head. Same, exactly same. The issue with math I had as well, math and chemistry, now I believe honestly that I do have dyscalculia because of how horrible I've always been at math. Like, honestly, I would be extremely surprised if I did not have dyscalculia to this point because of how I understand dyscalculia works and stuff. So I'm like, also, I probably had this shit that was very much fucking me up. Oof, oh god. Yeah, I feel that this destroyed my ego completely. My ego levels really much, like, through school went from kind of bad / okay in, like, primary school to high in middle school, because my first year of middle school, I was in a class... I had learned a lot of English in primary school, and most students did not know any English, so I felt on top of the world, and I had great grades, so I was like, I'm so smart. To, like, nothing the rest of my middle school years, because I changed middle school to a middle school with extremely smart people in an extremely smart people class that were all, like, really good at English. So went from, like, really high to fuck low, and it went back up a little bit in high school. I had a little cocky stage in high school, I think. And then it went back down. And it stayed around that way, I think. I just lucked out on the autism roulette and became interested in math stuff. Nice. I was literature. I've always been literature. Yes, I had the same thing with English. Just being on top of the class thanks to watching YouTube and English for years. Yeah, exactly. The thing with English is, like, I was in a bilingual primary school, which was great because that meant I learned the basic of English in primary school. And you go to middle school where no one was taught any semblance of English. So I was like, I'm so smart. And I was, in general, always been good at school. So, you know, helped. And then when I went to that school that everyone had been taught better English than me and clearly understood everything better than me and had great grades. Like, I was on the bottom middle of that. No, I was in the bottom tier of the class. And the amount of time I've heard teachers tell me, if you were in a normal class, you would be on the middle/top. But because you're in that class, you're in the bottom row. Amazing. And then in high school, I went back to being in a normal class, so I had great grades in English without trying again. And then I also started my YouTube era when I would only listen and watch stuff in English. Pretty much. So that was good for my ego. And I already had the like very egotistical phase just before and shut down just before. So I was a bit more tame on the ego part, thankfully. Just being on top of the class thanks to watching you doing but I stayed on the top English nowhere until graduation from school. Same. I've even had a case where I had a teacher that corrected an issue that was not there in my paper and made a mistake correcting me. That was a weird day. There was one guy who studied abroad, so knew English good too, but everyone else just hated English classes, so me and him felt like kings. Yeah, that was very much the vibe. Me, Helen, and another friend of mine in high school, we're just on the front row, and we were the only people giving fucking answers. There were maybe like one or two other people that would give answers, and most of the time it was us three. So English teachers loved me. Teachers in general liked me, but like, it was very much like, please participate, and we were the only ones that did so. And no one really knew what the fuck was going on or what we were doing, so it really wasn't helping. Because the way they teach languages is horrible here. I had a fucking argument with my English teacher with a pronunciation of 8. Mine was, I didn't argue with her because I couldn't be bothered. Once again, I have extreme clipping anxiety. I'm not going to tell anyone if I had an issue on my grade. But it was like, you know, like the start of the year presentation, like little paper you would do. So it was like, hello, my name is this, I like doing this, my family is like this. And I was saying I have an older brother because I have one brother and he's older than me. So I said, I have an older brother. She went over older and corrected it with oldest to say I have an oldest brother, which that's not how that works. Oldest only works if you have multiple brothers and you'll say, he's the oldest, he's the middlest, he's the youngest. No, not for one. And I remember that teacher because she bragged about having taught in the US. And I was like, bestie. She probably taught French in the US, to be fair, but still, like... Because what would usually happen is, like, French teachers would teach French in other countries, but would teach English in France. Kind of usually what would happen in that kind of scenario. She was just unaware of the American way of saying 8, like 8, instead of saying it pronounced het. 8. I see what you mean, yeah. Don't think we had those presentations. Does sound kind of interesting. It's like, it's literally just like a little paper. You do like 10 lines when you're like, hello, my name is this, I'm from here, I've done this during my vacations. This is my life. It's kind of boring, to be fair. LMAO, I have an oldest brother, sounds fucking... Right? It sounds so bad because it does not work. That's how I've been doing English my entire life. Via ear. That's how I do any languages. Which is why I was doing not great in middle school, because it was all like, oh yeah, you used that tense, why? And I'm like, I don't know, it just sounds good. I remember we used to have fucking tests with like 50 pages. We had one once that was like 50 pages of like vocab and stuff, all verbs, and like put that verb in that way, in that tense, and like what tense are you using here, and this and this. I don't know how I went through it. It was hell. But the result of that was me getting a paper saying I had an end of high school level in middle school, so it was great. My English teacher kind of gave up at some point and left me to my devices during classes, as she should, and like avoiding letting me answer unless no one else could. That's so funny. My English teachers very much were like, please answer because no one else wants to participate. And like, same. Sentences are so much easier to learn on like an intuitive level. Like, exactly. And I do the same like in French. In French, I do not know why you use X or Y tense for X or Y reason. I just know I use it because it sounds good and that's how it should sound. Like, most of anything I do from that kind of thing is just intuitive, which is great. Less great for those classes, but great overall. I don't know if I'll do them like that. I'll see. I don't know why I'm doing it now though, because I mean, I can put the layer over, so it's fine. Up. One time, our English teacher asked me and that other guy who knows English to just hold a convo for everyone else to listen to us and understand how to speak English. I think we talked about Reddit meme. That is hilarious. That's so funny. Yeah, our teachers kind of just have to. Oh, I bet it was an ego booster. That's great. Our teacher just had to at some point just ask us free because, like, which we all knew English because of the internet. Like, just free fucking nerds. Because, like, if not, this lesson would not be able to continue because no one else was responding, and we had people that the level of English they could not even say like my name is today we are a Tuesday, my name is this, we are on the 22nd of October correctly. Which is a bit sad at the end of high school, like the study system has failed us. It still does. Like, it's kind of sad, honestly. Good to know that, like, it's not just friends, though. Because I feel like in European, like, Western European minds and culture, Russians are quite good in English for some reason, I think. I can't even really blame the teachers because I don't know how to teach languages properly. Me neither, but they should know. We should have a system by now because some countries have gotten it. Like, some countries you get taught English early on and then you have a great English level. So, like, it's like, why is it that some neighboring countries do it greatly but we don't, you know? I mean, right now the teaching system in France is fucked over everything. Like, everything is being dismantled, there's being less and less teacher posts available, and those poor teachers are getting the bad edge of every stick in the world. So I'm blaming more the government than anything, but once they got their thing together, maybe we should like find a way to make people teach English better. And languages in general, like, did you just had English, or did you have another language also to learn in school? Because in France, so we of course get taught French, but you usually have two other languages you have to pick. So I had English and Spanish, but you could get English or German, and English or Italian if you were in the south of France. I took Spanish. Yeah, like, after getting out of school, it's just very sad for how much effort they've put in to actually make us learn something with the awful criminally low page of it. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, a lot of the time I don't really blame the teachers, except if they were really, really rubbish. Because a lot of the time it's more of, like, the programs and everything that fucks them up more than actually them. Like, good teachers really changes everything, but also the system being against them and stuff really does not help. Hello, Business Grip. How you doing? Speaking of good teachers, I only had English. I think maybe an option for German, Or maybe I've gotten the option in uni. We're doing a little pixies illustration for a calendar I'm doing for the month of June. So this is where we are so far. I don't know if the teacher I want to talk about is good or not. Like I have good teachers. This one wasn't great. But let me tell you a legend about certain Russian professor. Go for it, go for it. I'm sorry, I assume you were French. I think I woke up and remembered that faux pas. No, I am French. I am French. I am very much French. He calculus on one of the better Russian universities. Ooh. He teaches calculus, sorry. Oh, I'm guessing you're saying you assume Crow was French, maybe? I don't know. But I am French for sure. For sure. I believe so. When I was choosing which uni to go for, I looked up info on him because I wanted to know to go to that uni. No, I'm French. I am not Belgian. Would be better, honestly, but sadly no, I am French. And oh boy. Apparently there's an infamous story that happened. I'm getting so much little info on that uni. I got double crossed by my mind. Truly. But yeah, no, I am indeed very much French. I love that you apologize for thinking I was French. So I get that. I would too. At some point in the early 2000s, he failed a couple of students on his exam, which led to them dropping out that uni and getting drafted. Ooh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I understand what wanted to go there afterwards. Gods. I am so glad I didn't have any drafts or anything. And while on servers, they painted the word name of the professor asshole. I bet. Gods. And that on the fucking maker vehicle made it to news footage. Oh, that's so funny. God, they got their revenge. And the professor saw it. I mean, good riddance. Vengeance. You can still find photos of Vake online. That's very funny. Ugh, I love that. The most vengeance thing I've ever seen, ever heard of from my schools was the middle school I went to wasn't great. Let's put it that way. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't great. It was extremely severe and stuff like that, so it was really like a lot of mental strain, especially for kids. And so there was a guy that I went to school with that I know from a friend. When we were out of there, like after we graduated, pissed on the school. I'm guessing when no one was watching, pissed on the school. And I gotta respect that. I think that's great. I don't do it anymore, but I used to also every time I passed in front of it, which was often because I live near that middle school, just like hold up my middle finger at it as a sign of rebellion, because fuck that. Wow, base, yes. I agree. Now I just look angrily at it when I pass in front. That's fine for little wings. I've shown my middle school. When Zeke visited me, we went there just to show him what it looked like. It's like a little tour thing. And every time I've shown anyone what my middle school looks like, everyone has told me it looks like a prison, and I think that's extremely funny. When we were in the last year of elementary, we were helping with cleaning up some cabinets and found little Soviet flags. Oh god. We put them into flower pots in the windows, and some elder folks called the police. Okay, I was kind of afraid telling this story. It kind of falls under the embarrassed/neck category. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't think that's embarrassing for you, because you weren't failed and you didn't put the teacher's name on the tanks or in the military vehicles and stuff. More embarrassing for the teacher than anything. God. The elder folks scared by the Soviet flags. I mean, I know why, but still extremely funny. Oh, the story you're about to tell. Oh, sorry. Go for it. Yeah. Leave free of the cringe. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We all grow. I don't know what my worst school story is, though. There was a teacher in our school that was almost universally hated by the students. Ooh. At least that's how I felt like for me. I literally knew 0 people who didn't hate her. Why is my EA app waking up? Okay, please leave. I'm not playing The Sims right now. Also, I hate the naming of school systems across the English-speaking world. Elementary, like 6 years old to 15. Yeah, I agree. Elementary is 6 to 15. Isn't elementary 6 to... Because elementary is, like, in my head, elementary was 4 to 10, 11. Then middle school is, like, 12 to 15, 16. I'm guessing it depends. And then high school is 15 to, like, 19 or something. That's a French system, to be fair. Well, Czech elementary is 6 to 15. We don't call it middle school. Ah, I see. Yes, there's a bunch of countries that don't have middle school, so it always gets me fucked up. It's the same school. Yeah. The thing that gets a lot of French people fucked up is that college, the word college, like in French we would say collège, that means middle school in French. So it gets a lot of people fucked up. And at one point I was frustrated and tired enough that before her class, after speaking with her about something, interacting with her about something made me feel bad enough and tell her to go fuck herself and storm out. That's fine. Oh, you're fine. That's not too bad, I think. I know people who's in middle school, people would throw chairs at a pregnant teacher. So, you know, I think you're fine. UK College University didn't get... Oh, yeah, I know as well. UK is a whole other bag of worms. Fucking A-levels are so weird. My boyfriend is from the UK, and anytime I have to brain my brain to remember what things are. For which I think I became like famous among school students, most of whom who I was friends with said I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, if everyone told you were doing great and everyone was like you did a great thing, I think you're fine. Oh, I know what's the worst story I have is probably... It's not that bad, it's just funny. I do somewhat feel guilty for that to this day, but I think it's mostly because I have buried the negative memories about how bad I was in the class. Yeah, probably. Levels is like some young level about fascism. Wow, okay. I think my worst story was in high school. It was... So, I had cinema classes because my option was cinema. Basically, I had that's the thing that I could do. So we would write a lot of scripts and we would do short films and stuff. And one of the things we would do a lot is do scripts. And usually the way we would do is we would have 3 hours or 4 hours, and you have to write a script based on either a little text to present what you would write it on, or an image. Like you would have an image, just like write something in like that happened before or after this. So that's what we had to do. And I wrote a script where I used so since you have 3 hours, you go to what's very easy, especially is that you have to write a script and you have to write justificative for the script. So you're writing your script and then you write a whole text explaining all of the different choices you made in your script and why you made them. And so I wrote a script about 2 women, and I used the very cliche femme fatale and Hitchcock blonde cliches for women. So if you don't know, femme fatale is like usually a brunette woman with red lipstick that is going to seduce men, and Hitchcock blonde is kind of like the opposite of that. She's a lot more she's blonde, of course, but she's a lot more like naive and stuff like that. So I used those 2 cliches in the thing because it's like everyone knows them. It's in like the people's conscience. It's really easy to make understand visually. Perfect, great. So I do that, and then the teacher after class, who was a guy that we all fucking hated, came to me and was like, "Can I talk to you for a moment after class?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And he was like, your writing wasn't bad, but you have to understand that not all women are in these 2 categories. Mind you, at the time, he thought I was also a girl. Like, at the time, I wasn't out or anything, especially not to my high school students. Teachers, sorry, not students. And the dude gave me a mini lesson on feminism, even though he was a fucking asshole that definitely didn't know anything about feminism. And I was, at this time, already kind of known for being a feminist, queer, very on those things person amongst the school. And I just, like, blank-faced was like, what is happening? Like, and I just left and was like, yeah. And I was like, how do you not understand I'm using cliches and stereotypes for a script I'm writing in 4 hours for it to work? I don't think all women are within those 2 categories. What are you talking about? Also, our education is really weird. At age 15, you need to select a high school, but it's already like specialized, like a trade, unless you going to a gymnasium, which is like a college prep. Ooh, I see. Getting my French sex exam is fucking... Yeah, exactly. It's fucking something, truly. He was... Hated him so much. It was also my literature teacher, so when our cinema teacher, which was someone else, supposed to be someone else, went into maternity leave, he was our teacher for both of them. So I had him like 8 hours every week. Ah! But yeah, I think like France is kind of like for the specialized trade thing. It's not exactly that. It doesn't work like that anymore. But when I was in school, basically, first year of high school, everyone got the same thing. But second year, it's either you go to a professional route, which was usually seen as like bad or for like people that don't know how to study. So either you do that, either you go to technological route, which is same kind of seen like for the bad students, which is stupid and extremely elitist. But you know, the world is like that, sadly. Or you would go to the general routes, and within that you would have either literature, math, or economy. Math being, of course, seen as the best one, and literature as the one for the people that did nothing. And I did literature because I cannot do math to save my life, and you stop math when you go to literature. And you get less science. So I won. I went to a business high school and kept questioning our economics teacher. He was furious. That's the good stuff. I hate seeing good subjects taught by awful teachers. Same. I was really lucky because I got my cinema class by the teachers that I liked for 2.5 years pretty much, because she came back after her maternity leave. But that half a year, he almost fucked up our exams. Like, I'm not kidding. He almost fucked us up for our final last year exam, because that was the last year of my high school. Because he didn't know shit about how that worked for this specific option, because he only knew how to do it for the other cinema option we had. And those two were not the same. So it was great. The only reason I wasn't fucked over is because me and my group did everything that we could, not only the optional stuff. So when our teacher came back and was like, actually the stuff he told you was optional wasn't, and the stuff that you did was the optional stuff, we weren't fucked over. So it was great. TBH sexually showing how your teacher doesn't know what they're teaching about is heavenly. Oh, yeah. Our homeroom teacher was amazing, such a sweetheart. At the end of the year, first year, so 15, 16, we got him very drunk. Oh, that's really sweet. That's nice. That's good, that's good. Love that for him. When I was in my rich school, middle school, because most of the students there were fucking rich kids, it was very funny. You could really tell when the kids didn't like a teacher, because one year for homeroom teacher, we got him, the class got him rather, like a very expensive wine bottle, because we knew he liked wine. And the year after, when we got a teacher everyone hated, we got her bath supplies. Like the most basic bath supply stuff you could get. It was still kind of nice, but like you could really tell that like went from, oh, this teacher really likes wine, we're going to get him a really nice wine bottle or two, to, we really hate you, have the most random fucking ass gift we can find. I remember when we got a new PE teacher, my friend went, I think he looks familiar. Wait, did I miss something? I wasn't even telling him, he was wrong, I was just handing him. Nice. Turns out she went out and got drunk with him. Oh god. So was in his like early 20s. Okay, good, because I'm like, ooh. Pretty Little Liars score. That's not good. That's kind of funny though, when going drinking with your teacher by accident. That's kind of funny. You don't get, sorry. That's fine. Yeah, I was reading the start. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I realized after when I started reading the rest. God, that sounds though like the start of like a very bad manga. Or a very bad thing. It's like, starting to go drink with your teacher, and then you realize it's your teacher, and you're like, oopsie. And then you start dating. It's like, no! Don't do that. I left out a few details. Basically the P stuff. Crow started the new year, and they were like, oh, this, and a friend of theirs was like, oh, this teacher looks familiar, and the reason why the teacher looked familiar is because they went drinking with the teacher a few months back at a bar. And I'm like, oh, it's you. Okay, that's funny. Thankfully no, it was just going out and drinking, nothing more. That's good. I miss PE because we were climbing like a metal poles. I could climb like 3 seconds without using my legs. Boomer memories. Oh god, I don't miss PE. I've never liked sports. I don't know if I one day will like. I have sports I kind of like, but most sports I don't like, and I've never been good at sports. So it was just torture time for me, because I would try my darn hardest and just get no results and get shitty grades because I wasn't doing good stuff. Even though I would try my hardest, so it sucked. And no sport agreed with me. And even like stuff like climbing, which would seem fun, I have a very bad fear of heights, therefore it was not fun. It was just terrifying. But I was good with doing like the knots and that kind of stuff, that I had fun with, but the whole climbing part of climbing was hell. RP was kind of fun. We basically did warm-ups and random sports matches like volleyball or basketball. We weren't really expected to perform graded on how well we did. That's the thing. That's how most countries work. You kind of do some sports. As long as you're here, you're fine. That's not how France does things. How France does things is you're good, you get a good grade. You're bad, you get a bad grade. Which is fucked up. To ask of kids. And I'm not good at sports, so I would kill myself trying and then get no results. Like, to give you an example, on running stuff, because we would have... So one thing good is that we did do a lot of different sports. I was bad at all of them, but we did a lot of different ones. And to give you an example, Helen, who was in chat earlier, has asthma. And so she cannot run really fast, and that makes sense because she has asthma. She actually is a good runner, but because of asthma, she can't like run to her full capacity. I would be on par with her or worse than her at running, and I do not have asthma. I have no good sense of distances or sense of like catching a ball or whatever. I don't run fast. I don't have good endurance. I can't climb because I'm scared. I don't have a lot of strength. So sports was a great time for me. We were pretty much all like, we weren't always graded, but we were often graded is the thing. I remember our badminton graded thing in my last year, I think, or like, yeah, it was last year because, yeah, a certain friend was there and he was only in our class or last year. And basically, for some reason, I went from because we would have like teams of 4 basically, and then if you win your match, you go up. If you lose, you go down. Basically, a thing, and you had 8 of them or something like that. I started on the 8th one because I'm bad at badminton. And for some reason, I managed to get all the way up to the first one because I kept winning matches against people that were better than me or on par with me somehow. Because thanks to luck or thanks to like a one-on-one, like we had the same amount of points and then I would win the last point by pure chance. So I get to the best like part of the thing where it's only the best people that play badminton. And then my teacher is like, stop, everyone stays there and you only do matches within your little groups now. And I am terrified. The teacher looks at me, doesn't know what I'm doing here, but gives me a thumbs up. I don't know what I'm doing here and I'm terrified. And the other students that know I'm not good at sports look at me and don't know what I'm doing either. My friends look at me and are afraid for me. And I spend the rest of the class there winning, like losing all of my matches, of course, and having to run from one end of the thing to the other end of the thing all the time because they were all actually people that knew how to play badminton and I didn't, and so they were kind of like playing with me. So it was not great. The only good thing about this is that I got like a bonus point for being on that part of the thing, because they were like, oh, if you're like that good, you get a bonus point or something, which is stupid as well. Like, ugh. Like, I remember that teacher also being like, well, you see, Evan has done badminton was fun. I hated badminton because of these classes. The last year of school, we had our gym classes in a school gym and was just left to do whatever we wanted here. That sounds like fun. That really sounds like fun. Ours was not. Yeah, I don't get graded PE. I don't get it either. Like, the most it should be is like, if it's graded, you should be graded because you're here and actually doing stuff and not like just doing nothing. That I'm fine with, but if you're grading people on performances, knowing that kids are just never going to get good, it's just unfair. Oh, we got ping pong tables for our school and made decent money playing on it. That is so funny. We had in my middle school, we would go places to do sports, but in my high school, we had like a big ass gym with like fitting equipment, fitness equipment, and we had a climbing wall and a big room where we could do basketball, volleyball, and we had a big outside like thing as well where we could run. So we did like quite a lot of different things. So it was fun. I mean, it was not fun, but it was good that we could do a bunch of different stuff. To illustrate the laissez-faire our PE teacher was, the badminton we knew was played without the net. Not for points, just for fun. Oh, I wish. We had to put the fucking nets on. That's the thing as well. You had to take care of the nets and put them on and put them back and stuff. Like... Can I steal this and post it on Discord server where we post random quotes out of context? Okay, I'm going to put it... No, I'm going to put it like this, actually, it's fine. The gods... Sports was not fun. For me. But yeah, like, people always get so shocked when I tell them we were just, like, graded about that. Like, I have a memory of a teacher of mine, of sports teacher of mine, being like, usually sports teacher would really like me, but pity me at the same time because they could tell I was really trying, but will never get a good grade. And the teacher was like, well, you see, Evan has not, like, doesn't run the best time or like the fastest or whatever, but since he actually like did the exercise, he's going to get better grades than some of you because you didn't try at all and would just like walk the whole time. That was not true. I got same or worse grades than those people. I still got a shit grade. Like, it was not fair. I don't believe in intellectual property. I do on some stuff. As someone who got their work stolen from them before, you know. I think it shouldn't be as it is right now, but I do also think it's important for some stuff. What did I do there? Yeah, that's a finger missing. Here we go. Yeah, you know, reasonably. I just wanted to do a snap reply. I see. No, because like, as someone who does art, actually, intellectual property is quite important, please. I get it though. You know. Like, I don't want my shit to end up in AI. Here we go. Why is my thing so big? I'm a firm believer in abolishing the copyright system, and that is only feasible if art is not as commodified as it is right now. Fuck me. What? Why fuck you? Yeah, I get what you mean, Crow. I think it's because with the system that we have right now, just art needs to be a lot more protected than it is right now, and that just sucks. But copyright as a tool for capitalism is not great, so it's like a lot of circumstantial stuff, to be fair, because right now it is also just used to hurt art and to, like, the amount of people that have gotten fucking court papers because they do fan art is wild. Like, Disney trying to copyright the word low-key and stuff like that, like, it is not good. My perspective is heavily influenced by me being influenced in programming in open source stuff, so I may not have the best takes on copyright in art, but still. Yeah, like, it's the thing, it's like, it's very, I think, specific to different fields. And if we wanted a copyright-free world, I think it should be a world, it would have to be us living in a world where people it's normalized to not steal art, and it's normalized to also just, you know, give credits to stuff. Then it would probably not be that much of an issue. And also a world in which artists are not starving. Not joking right now, my goal right now is to invent something useful and leave it open source. So far too dumb. I mean, I don't think it's a question of dumb. I think that kind of stuff is really hard to do. And it takes time as well, so don't beat yourself too much on it, I think. Like, that's a really cool, like, goal to have, so, you know. I want to live in a world where people make art and make art out of other people's art and still have enough money to live still. Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as it would have to also be a world where people understand the difference between, like, making fan art and stealing shit as well. Like, we would need a lot of work on the world that we have right now. Like, giving credit where credit's due and stuff like that. That would be fully fine. But the issue is that we don't live in that world. He's happy. And people can get your shit and put it in AI and just be like, here you go. I made my thing. You didn't. But things that are fully fine, like fan art, are flagged. And it's wild. Just don't want to invent something that will get me killed. That's valid, I think. that is an understandable point of view. I may be very wrong on this, but I feel like the most common incentive to steal art money would be gone if art was not commodified, but that's pretty problem to think of, TPH. I don't know, because the thing is, a lot of kids steal art with no intention to make money, just to be like, look, I did a cool thing I actually didn't do. Like, I've seen that happen lots of times. Like, just kids that won't make money ever out of it, doing it just for their thing. That is very common, sadly. I actually got someone, like, a long time ago on Twitter, someone reposted art, and I was like, this is art of this person, please, you know, don't steal art. And clearly, I think they were teens. The kid, like, told me other lies, like, she told me she was, like, the granddaughter of Pablo Picasso, which she wasn't, and if she was, I wouldn't be proud about that. And that it was her art, and she was going to dox me. And swat me. That never happened, of course. First of all, for the reason that I do not live in the US, so I wouldn't have been able to be swatted, but also because she didn't know my address, of course. But it was very funny. And her friend, like, just were mean to me for, like, a few messages, which I really don't care. That was fun. That was interesting. Again, double sorry for that whole French thing. I think I dreamed you told you weren't French. That's... Don't... Pilsner's great. Don't care. It's fully fine if you thought I wasn't French. That is fully fine. I don't take that offense at all. Don't worry. I just cannot imagine the thought process of people who steal art like that. Well, it's very basic, I think. It's just like, oh, this is cool. I'm jealous I don't have a cool thing. I will do the cool thing. That's the same thought process that a lot of people that use AI have. It's, why can this person do that and I can't? That's not fair. Then I'll do it. Then I'll steal it and say it's mine. The thought process goes a little, like, more hidden with AI because you have the extra step of, I put a word in there. But most times it's just that. I did a prompt, therefore it's mine. Kind of thing. Which, no. But, you know. And when you're younger and stuff as well, you know. The only way, to me, the only way to be proud of stuff is to make it, you know, make it. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I had a phase as a kid where I would do, like, montages of, like, different images I found online and post them. It was kind of stealing because I did steal those images to put them, and I did not know whoever made those images, but at least I tried to make something out of it. I didn't just repost them. Are you playing anything right now, guys? I'm playing Hades 2, LS, some boomer shooters. That's fun though. You enjoying Hades 2? I'm doing my art, so you know. I'm doing this right now. Yeah, the age might make it. Like, yeah, I think the age does. Sadly for AI, a lot of adults do that as well, so it's kind of sad, but maturity does definitely play a role in that. Every time I hear Hades, I have to hold myself from making the Disney joke. Ugh. Please do. Please don't, I'm a Greek mythology nerd, you can't do this to me. Ooh, nice. I feel like Binding of Isaac is a lot of people's most played games. I've never played it because I'm not good with roguelikes. I've played Hades 1 and could not beat it for the life of me, so I don't think Binding of Isaac. And also it's too repetitive for me. My brain gets bored. But I have seen a lot of people play it, and I'm happy that so many people love it so much. It's a great game, and I'm glad like it's found its audience and stuff. I was a Greek mythology nerd, but a long time ago. Yeah, I am still one. I want to get better at being one because I don't think I know nearly enough to claim myself to be one. I need to get back into research and shit. I love reading rewritings though. That is very fun. Yeah, I can see why you don't be instead to. Yeah. Yeah, when you're bad at video games, it's not the best. Hades is just very fun to play, both of them. Yeah, I agree with that. It's fun, it's just I get bored really easily and I'm bad. Like, to give you an example, on the first Hades, I've never gotten past the Hydra. That's where I'm stuck right now. And usually I put it back up. I've gotten worse because I haven't played in a while. I do a few runs, I get frustrated, I'm not getting better, and then I leave. Which is not great for a game you're supposed to kind of just like play a bunch. Which makes me sad because like all the designs and everything around the Hades is so perfect. I'm just too bad at it. Yeah, if I enjoyed it so far, not else, that's true. I love that the Binding of Isaac reduced to its initials is T-Boy. That is extremely funny to me as a trans guy. T-Boy, the Binding of Isaac is just very unique to this day. I don't think I've ever found a game that scratches the same niche. I think I love how Hades and Hades look. Yeah, I'm losing my mind so much over the new designs that have come out from the new update from it. Like, they gave friends know I've screamed in group chats. They gave Prometheus a falconing glove, and it makes me so unbelievably happy. Icarus's design also is fucking incredible. Charon got his design, which I'm very happy about because I love him so much. Athena's new design is so incredible. It makes me so happy because I wasn't that fond of her design in the first game, so the new design is gorgeous. It makes me so happy. She got her shield and everything, like, Hades 2 Early Access just got a big update, and one of the things is the Genesis. Yeah, I saw Dionysus YouTube part on Noel Bodge is so funny. There's a clip of the streamer being in a Discord call and reading the chat message along the line, me been playing T-Boy recently got an achievement that takes hundreds of hours. I know a little bit about the game. And the guy in the call was super confused because he thought he was talking about transitioning. That's so funny. Yep, he looks gorgeous. I've seen people say they're sad he has abs and doesn't have a dad bod, and I kind of agree with that, but also I'm fine with what they've done. That God, yeah, I know 2 things about Isaac and they served me right. Nice. But yeah, go look up the design, it's incredible. Athena's, I'm so happy about Athena's design because she looks so pretty. She looks so badass. They gave her a shield. I'm so happy they gave her shield. I kept screaming in the group chat being like, I am so annoyed I can't play this game. I mean, I could, but I would not enjoy it, so I'm not going to. Fun design, this is new design. Nice. What do you think of it, Crow? I was talking with a person and I was like, oh, so you like a dad bod? And then realized they thought a dad bod was just a jacked bodybuilder bald. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, that is honestly like the internet kind of has changed dad bod to be like just someone with abs that's just older, and that pisses me off so much. Like, please, I beg of you, learn terms and what they mean. Don't just repeat them, because fuck that. And give love to people that have bigger bodies. And that bod's even on that, like, you know, usually on that plus size or anything, even, so. Now I want to play Hades even more. I bet. Do you want to wait for when it fully releases or something? Oh, I have to reopen video tube because it decided to crash. It does that sometimes. It's really annoying. Where is it? PNG tuber. Here we go. Properties. Default. Yes, video to mini. Opportunity. Here we go. I'm back. There. Okay. That bot for me is a strong arms but a bit of stomach. Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's like you have strong arms but you have a stomach. You have like a little bit maybe of a beer belly or something. It's great. It's kind of like to me like when people call like 20-30-year-old celebrities and are like, oh, those are daddies. It's like, no, bestie, they are not fathers. Stop. They don't have kids and they're much too young to be called that. Oh, you want to wait until you have money? That makes sense. Like people calling everyone thick. Yeah, so like you have no stomach, you have a little bit of hips, a little bit of thighs. You're so thick. No, bestie, that is... No! Not how that works! Ah! Oh, Betty, stomach sounds weird. I mean... I feel like stomach sounds more science-y. Like it sounds more like what's inside than what's outside, like more the muscles, that kind of thing. Yeah, stomach, belly, anything. Yes, clinical, yeah. But yeah, it's really annoying when people... Like, I am so annoyed that Finn Chic is coming back, like, the whole Victoria's Secret stuff is coming back, all of that is coming back. Fat acceptance happened for like 2 years and it wasn't even that good. Ugh. I mean, it's the circle. Always. One day, maybe we'll break it, and I hope so, because that would be great. Actually, that would be really fun. At that point, why even make the term people were using for a specific thing? Yeah, exactly. Like, we have a term for something, stop trying to make it something else. Praying we will. Yes, I would love that, thank you. I can't comment on fashion. I have single torch t-shirts and a few hoodies. To be fair, it's not even like fashion to like talk about that. It's more like the industry pushing back that people should be thin again. It's just very annoying to me as someone who's not thin and who felt like the industry was already not caring at all about me. Like, even if you only wear plain t-shirts and hoodies, like, doesn't mean people should shove it down your throat that you should be thinner or something. Ah, too dark. I feel like we're left with only the backlash for fat acceptance now. Nothing else changed, truly. Yeah, I agree. Especially when every time anyone would talk about fat acceptance, people were like, so you want people to be obese? Which, that's not what it's about, but okay. And then we'll talk about how people that are very slim are also discriminated against. Which is not the same thing, but okay. Nice. Huh? How about what? What did I say that was like a bit confusing? I'm fucking twig and I didn't know it was... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, people, yeah. Thin, specifically thin women, I feel like. People that are like very, very thin were like, well, I get told to eat more and I get told to, that I look like too thin and that I look like, I have no boobs, so I look like this and this and this. I'm only thinking of French terms right now, so it doesn't work. But yeah, like people are like that when it's like, that's not the same thing and that's not what we're talking about and also not the same thing. So shut up. Then I can just erase this one. Okay. I saw an interview for Blade Runner 2049 from like 2017 and realized Harrison Ford has the same t-shirt. Oh, it's cute though. Yeah, it is dumb. It is very dumb. It's so tiring as well, because you have to explain to people that like fat phobia is not just people doing comments. It's like, yes, it's bullying, that kind of thing, but it's also going to the doctors and people telling you, oh well, that's because you're fat, so if you lose weight then you won't have that issue anymore, which is usually not true, because that doesn't have anything with it being fat. It's just medical, not assisting people with medical stuff. And like fat people have a more chance to die because of that and stuff like that. It's about people being like, it's about lots of things basically. It's about a lot of things. I'm not going to get into that right now, I think, but yeah, it's endlessly frustrating. Like the amount of stuff that people don't get offered because they are overweight. Like I know that like the day I start looking for a surgeon for top surgery, I'm going to have to hold my patience because I might be told that I'm too fat to get it. Is really frustrating. I do not know the movie Unbreakable. Yeah, what kind of rocked my understanding of fat phobia recently was a post Tumblr of several studies of medical fat phobia. Genuinely interesting. Yeah. Truly. Does it look okay? Yeah, it does. Okay, great. Shit, my joke is dead. It's okay. It's fine. This kind of music glass. It is. I vaguely remember hearing it. I think. Oh, is it an M. Night Shyamalan movie? Or am I confusing this with something else? I got it. Nice. Yeah, it's the one where he made like Split and Glass and Unbreakable. Is that the thing? I haven't seen any of them, but I heard of them. And I kind of don't want to watch them because of the whole Split thing. Honestly. Had a masterful joke planned. Too bad you're not 65 years old. happens. Yeah, I'm not that good at movies and stuff. I want to get I want to become a proper movie nerd, but I don't have the patience for that, sadly. Because most of the stuff I watch is stuff that I end up doing stuff while I watch them, so I can't really do things while I watch a movie if I want to be actually paying attention. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch that at some point, and then I don't. Sadly. To be fair, you're not 65 either, I think. You told me last time you were like in your 30s or something. At least from what I remember. I could be wrong. I feel sleepiness coming over me. Go to sleep if you need to, Crow. It's all good. We need a drug that just makes you enjoy a movie without feeling distracted and without getting arrested. Hopefully I'll be able to come here more often, but for now I think I'm gonna go eat. No worries. Have a nice rest, Crow. Happy to see you back here whenever you can or want to. Very fun hanging with you too. Bye bye. Yeah, I think there's no script. I think that drug is called Adderall. I just need I just need an ADHD diagnosis to get it, which I don't have. Take care, you two. sadly I don't have. And I don't think I'll get one anytime soon, so no. As helpful as it would be. I wanted to get a diagnosis for a while, then I learned all the bad sides of getting a diagnosis, and I'm like, I'm not doing that for now. Can't leave that up. To be fair, I enjoy movies. It's just like the effort of being like, okay, I'm doing that now. I'm only doing this. I have to not get distracted. Have to do this right now without having like anyone around me that's like, do you want to watch this right now? It's hard. Are you doing a request? No, I'm doing a calendar for just in general. I'm doing a calendar for 2025 that will be available on my Ko-fi for free. And so each month I'm doing an illustration based on a different myth or legend, and that one is pixies for June, which is why I put a little 06 here. So no, it's not a request. Yeah, that's what I do on Tuesdays right now. It's like I usually do an illustration for that calendar every week. I'll have French folk stories. Check are very much horror, like Grimm Brothers style. Depends, to be fair. We are very much told the Grimm Brothers stories a lot of the time. But we have our own little guys usually as well. Like a lot of fairy tales have French origins, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like Cinderella is French, I think. What's her name? Sleeping Beauty, I think, is also French. Donkey Skin, I don't know how that translates in other languages, but Donkey Skin is also French, which is a story of a girl who's a princess and her dad wants to marry her because she's the most beautiful girl in the country, and her mom's dead. And so she escapes wearing a donkey skin and goes to a nearby village and then marries the prince there. So we have a bunch, I feel like we have a bunch of like fairy tales and stuff. Do you keep like the Gaelic folk stories alive? Sadly, no, we don't really. We also take a bunch of like the, in general, German stuff, like Hansel and Gretel we have told a lot usually. Little Red Riding Hood, stuff like that. I wish we had more Gaelic stories though. King Arthur also is very like told a lot in France because that one is half English, half French, basically story-wise. Like Little Mermaid, stuff like that we get told as well. we have a thing that's very taught to kids as well, but it's more in school, is we have, in the medieval times, we had a guy write a bunch of tales about animals, a bunch of fables, and so we usually get told a few of those, and they're all around animals, and they were all metaphors about what was happening in the Kingdom of France at that time. And they're usually against the doctors, or against the bank, or against the king. So we get told a few of those usually, and we get taught a bunch of them at school usually as well, which is quite fun. The most well-known one is about either the two most well-known ones are about a crow and a crow and a fox, or about a tortoise and a hare. You should like hate the English folkways, right? Yeah. The two countries France has the most beef with are the British and the Germans. They're the two that we have the most history with, and they're the two that we hate the most usually. If you know Witcher at all, that's basically the stories we tell. Okay, so yeah, I've heard like a thing that was very popular a few years ago is telling like the real versions of folk tales, and I remember from that. I remember the Hansel and Gretel one. I remember the Cinderella one also was really a lot, the original one, which was French. Basically, I don't know if you know, but basically the Cinderella story, first of all, she's not glass slippers. That's a mistranslation from French, because verre, which means glass in French, is also the same word we use for a certain kind of animal's fur. So she had fur slippers. She did not have glass slippers. And also, instead of just going on her merry way and leaving the stepmother and stepsisters alone, she made the stepmother and stepsisters dance on burning coal. So that's great. until they died. And the stepsisters cut parts of their feet to try to fit into the slipper. All magical creatures want to murder you, basically. Yeah. Yep, sounds grim. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Grimm. I feel like they were around at the same time. Does that make sense? I can't remember the name of the guy though that wrote those, because he wrote quite a few. Wait, Cinderella, writer, author. Charles Perrault. Oh yeah, Perrault. The guy that we had was Perrault, and he was around earlier than Grimm, apparently. Wait, no. Please tell me like when around the Grimm brothers were, bestie. Oh no, yeah, it's around the same time, like 1700s. I mean, Charles Perrault was a bit earlier because it's 1600s, 1700s, and the Grimm brothers were 1700s, 1800s. But yeah, kind of the same thing. But yeah, Charles Perrault was the guy that wrote Cinderella, basically. Who wrote Beauty? Sleeping Beauty? I can't remember who did that. I think Beauty and the Beast is also French. Yeah, same thing. Same thing, and Beauty and the Beast. I'm kind of going off thing, but that's fine. Oh, also a French, but a woman this time. But oh, same around the same time. Yeah, all comes around from oral tradition. Thousands of years old pagan stuff. Yeah, truly. Like, a lot of them are retold by oral translations and were written by those writers into books, and that's who we know as the authors, but they were like oral tales. You're right. So that's why, like, when I looked up Sleeping Beauty, it gave me basically all of them as the writers. It was like, it's both the Grimm brothers, it's both Perrault, it's everyone. They all went on a table at their different centuries and were like, let's write this shit. Yeah, it's kind of the same as Little Red Riding Hood wearing a red hood because the red represents that she just had her first period. Stuff like that. But that's also because, like, at the time, folk tales and kids' tales were not meant for the same reason that we mean them now. That's also why they're very intense compared to the ones we would tell now. Because the goal was to scare the children so they wouldn't do shit and be stupid and not be careful. Because of how hard it was to have kids at the time. When you had one, you wanted to keep it. Now we have Paw Patrol. Isn't that great? I mean, Bluey is great. Paw Patrol, I don't know. I don't watch it, so. Bluey's goated, so Bluey's great. But growing up, we actually got some French culture via Louis de Funès movies or Asterix and Obelix cartoons. Oh, really? That's really fun. I didn't know Louis de Funès movies like went around and stuff. I grew up on that too. Because my parents had all of his movies and stuff, so I saw a lot of them as a kid. And we had the books for Asterix and Obelix, and I watched also the cartoons on TV as a kid. Yeah, it's very fun. I feel like as a kid, those kind of humor and stuff are very fun. And very easily accessible. Like, I really love... I never was the biggest, like... it was never my favorite thing, but I did really like it as a kid. But also I feel like I was a very judgmental child because a lot of the thing I remember from my childhood, I'm like, I wasn't the biggest fan of that for some reason. Okay, what shape am I doing for this? There we go, I feel like that's fine. My favorite thing, I think, as a child was Barbie movies and The Muppet Show and SpongeBob. And then anime, but that came a bit later. But that Louis de Funès movie, as a food critic, made me weary of seafood though. Yeah, I bet. Which one was that one? I can't remember the name of it, but I know I saw it. I remember seeing it. He was a great comic of his time. Ah. Yeah, I remember my parents showing me Louis de Funès and Charlie Chaplin movies as a kid. In my head, they were around the same... They, of course, were not of the same era at all. But in my head, I always put them together because my parents would show me both. Kind of like in the same context. There's a scene of force-feeding seafood that went bad. Yeah, there is. Yeah. There indeed is. I'm kind of happy that my brain seemingly blocked it, because I know what you mean, because I have a memory of it, but I do not remember what it looks like, and I'm very thankful for that. Especially because I like lived near the sea, so I was eating a lot of seafood at the time, so it's good it didn't make me wary of it. But I feel like I already loved seafood, so it wouldn't have made me wary properly. Thankfully. Luckily, as I grew older, became accepting of all foods until becoming a vegan, that is. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still, like, I wouldn't call myself a picky eater because I don't like that term, but I have a lot of foods I dislike, but it got better with time, I think. Because like most people that are called picky eaters just don't like those foods, and like if you feel disgusted by a food, you shouldn't have to be forced to eat it. Like, that's fine. And everyone is fine when that means being racist, but everyone is not fine when that just means food preferences. I was picky eater because so many people made me shit food. Oh. Yeah, that I agree with. Like, some people just cannot cook. That is just true. Okay, the issue now is that that leg doesn't go an angle it should be going at. Why did I not see that on the sketch? What do I do with that? Okay, let's see. How do I deal with this? I'll see later. As a pretty heavy drinker, I never threw up except being poisoned by mushrooms by my grandma and getting poisoned in Egypt. Oh, rip. I hate mushrooms. I cannot have mushrooms. I really dislike them. There's a few little exceptions, but most times I cannot with mushrooms. I don't drink though, so luckily that doesn't make me throw up. But I have lots of food, like I don't force myself to eat, and I was lucky I never got forced to eat, so I never was in that situation, but yeah, I don't throw up except if I'm really, really sick. But I have had like a lot of gag reflexes around foods. That suck. Mushrooms are cool overall. Yeah, especially as someone who doesn't eat meat, mushrooms are a great food, but I hate them. I am cursed over the fact that not drinking is also great. I mean, everyone's preference. I don't do it for any specific reason other than I tried drinking as a kid. You know, like when you try your first beers and stuff, and I didn't like it, so I didn't continue. But yeah, as a vegetarian, I am cursed because I don't like cheese, I don't like mushrooms, and I don't like avocado. That's basically everything they put as substitutes for any vegan or vegetarian options anywhere. So I just look at them and I'm like, I don't like either three. What do I do now? Yeah, I don't like cheese. I mean, it is marking for a French person to not be drinking or liking cheese, you know, so. It's memorable. I mean, I think the issue with drinking is mostly that a lot of people are alcoholics without realizing they are. But I think, okay. I think as long as like you're not drinking a lot, like from time to time and like for fun, I don't think drinking is that much of an issue. It's good not to drink because like it's better for your body and stuff, but yeah. I have a really shit liver for no reason. Like, my doctor one day looked at my blood work and was like, do you drink? And I was like, no. And he was like, don't start. And I was like, okay. So, you know. I started with a disadvantage for some reason. My buddy was like, you're not drinking, but you're not getting any of the advantage of not drinking. Fuck you. No, it's fine. It's not... It doesn't affect me in any way. It's pretty much just like levels of stuff that my doctor was like, so far it's fine, but if it changes, we'll take action kind of thing. But it's not moving. Like, it's not something that's getting worse and worse. It's just something that's bad from the beginning. Levels that are bad from the beginning for absolutely no reason. So it's a good thing I don't drink, basically. But, yeah. I wish I could get the advantage of not drinking. Like, I don't smoke, but my parents have smoked around me so many times that I probably have passive shit from it anyway, so... Just unlucky. I can just maybe do this and then bring all of this more there. I'll do that. It's not enough. It's not anything to be like sorry about or anything. It's no one's fault. I was being fed alcohol since I was 8 years old. I don't have a good relationship with alcohol. I bet. The French are kind of similar in that way. I remember the first time I drank, I must have been around the same age. But just like trying stuff, not like fed alcohol, thankfully. But I have a memory from primary school when I was when I was under 10 years old, and I was at a friend's birthday party, and we were staying the night. And I was with that friend and another friend who was German, and they were talking, those two, and my friend's little sister, who must have been 6 or 7 at this time, and we were like 9 years old, were talking about their alcohol preferences. And that is wild. And I was just there being like, what do you mean? Alcohol preferences. Like, they were talking about the different kind of wines they thought tasted better. And that same German friend, once I was outside, I went to visit her and her family, and her dad ordered a beer, and she had a non-alcoholic beer, and I remember her taking a sip of her dad's beer and being like, that tastes so much better than the non-alcoholic one. Like, being like a bit annoyed she had to take the non-alcoholic one. It fucks up your brain development, it's not good. Yeah. So I heard. I'm sorry for that for you. Yeah, that really sucks. It's so annoying that it was so normalized, one, to give it to babies for so long, but also to just drink so much. It's really extremely normalized. If you just switch the consuming of alcohol with weed, so fewer car crashes, so fewer domestic abuse. It's also not good, it's not. That's true. We would have different issues. That is very true. Ugh. I could never do weed. Like, I know it helps a lot of people with anxieties, so I was like always a bit curious because of that, but I really don't like the smell of it. I have a neighbor that clearly smokes it, and every time they do, I have to close my window because then it gets into my room and it only smells like that, and I hate it so much. I'm happy if it helps people though. That it does, like medically and stuff. That's good. Nice. Just going to make a little shine. There's that, no. That one. There we go. Oh yeah, the issue is that it's... Oh yeah, then I can't do that, that's fine. It's okay, I won't do it then. Ugh. I don't get smoking weed. I'm great at weed cooking, all the benefits longer. And more mellow, no dust in your lungs. Yeah, I get that for sure. I've heard so many people, like, the thing with weed and stuff is that I've heard half people being like, it's great for my anxiety, it helps me so much. And the other half being like, I had the worst anxiety attack of my life. And knowing myself, I am really scared it's going to be the second. So and also scared of addiction and that kind of thing. So I'm like, never. But like I said, I'm happy it helps people and stuff. Oula. That makes sense that you're great at wood cooking since, you know, you're Czech and stuff. I feel like that works with the stereotypes. More likely to get anxiety via smoking because you can really measure that. If you cook and know your measurements, you can just nibble and be pain-free. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense for sure. Like, I feel like a lot of the people that have had anxiety attacks from cooking with weed either was because they were not aware there was going to be weed in the food, or because they put too much, for sure. But that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just, you know. Also, that's the thing. Like, if you, I'm overly anxious of everything. So, if they didn't know somebody fucked up, and I hate that. Yeah. I feel like that has happened too many times. Like, I feel like, thankfully, no one around me. But I feel like I've heard too many times like stories of people being like, food was there and I took it and I wasn't aware there was weed in it because like either someone put it there and didn't know someone would take the food for some reason because they were like, I'm just leaving my thing here but I'm going to go and take it back because I lived here or something. I've seen stuff of like people just bringing it and not telling people. That is just extremely fucked up. I've seen stuff of people, like I said, like just leaving their food thinking it's going to just like cool down for a bit and forgetting people were going to come for some reason or another and then being like, fuck, you know. So it's not always malicious, but it's always because someone fucked up for sure. I feel like some people even think it's funny drugging people without consent is like one of the worst things you can do. Fuck you for that. 100%. When people do it out of malicious intent, that is extremely fucked up. When it's an accident, it's still very bad, but I get it, you know? Like, accidents happen, it's bad that it did, but it's more forgivable than someone that would do that on purpose. like especially like for a first time or something, because I feel like if you've already taken something like that, then you would know like the effect, and so you're like, okay, fine, as long as you are fine with having some. But if it's someone that's first time, that is so dangerous, because you don't know how they're going to react, you don't know how they're going to act, and they need to have someone like close to monitor that a little bit, that knows them and guides them through it, I think. I feel like that's maybe a lot more for hard drugs as well, but I feel like that should apply to any drug. Like, have someone, like the first time you do anything like that, have someone around you to help you, like make sure you're safe and everything. But yeah. If a friend newbie is curious, I talk them through that. Why they want to get high, how much they want to get high, and I give them a piece of the brownie and explain it takes a long time to do something. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the safe way to go about it, I think. For sure. Prevention. It's really important. And also you get a nice sweet treat with it. That's great. Like 90% of drug overdose are because people are like, nothing happened, let me get mushroom brownies. Don't. Yeah, I've heard that as well. I remember hearing about that. Like, and not even with shroom of brownies, with any kind of drugs, like people not understanding that it's going to take time for them to get the effects and just overdosing. There's this very well known, no one really knows if it's a true story or not, but there's this very well known post on Reddit. That was a guy that had like the worst like down in his life or something, or like time in his life for a month, because he took a drug and he was like, I think it was like he wanted to test heroin, and he was like, I know it's supposed to be really addictive, but I don't believe in it, and like he overdosed or something and got addicted, of course, and pretty much let himself like run wild on Reddit, and it's extremely scary to see. Yeah, digesting takes a time for sure. Like, you have to look people in the eye and be like, think of this for 2 seconds, please. How food goes through your body? Yes, exactly. If it took immediate effect, then the way your body would work is that you would eat something and 5 minutes later we need to go to the bathroom. That's not how that works. I think people do that with weed a lot because they are used to the instant hit from smoking and are not aware that edibles will take much longer. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense if you've like done weed in that way and you're like, I don't understand why this is not working. It usually does. Ah, that's not the right color, fuck. Here we go. Also don't mix weed alcohol, such a nasty combo. Yeah. Does it like heighten the effects of one or the other? Is that what it does? I don't know at all. Like, I don't take either, so I never needed to know. If that makes sense. Prevention time. It basically multiplies each other. Ah, so you get fucked by each more. I see. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I feel like also a lot of people get fucked up from when they're younger from wanting to like try your limits, because you're usually told like, oh, go to your limit and then you'll know and then you can be safe. And like, I feel like a lot of people get fucked up because of that, because they're like, oh, I need to go until it's the worst thing ever. Which, no, please don't. Please be careful. Had a pretty fun experience. I was pretty drunk and hit a weed pen with a pretty strong THC extract. I just couldn't speak. Oh no. Oh no. Shut up by weed. It's kind of funny though, but yeah. Rip. Usually whenever I smoke, it's at a party with my friends, so I also drink a little bit, and that's fine. But for sure, if you're already drunk and smoke on top of that, it's really bad idea. Yeah, exactly. Like everything in measure. Like if you're drinking a little bit and smoking a little bit, like that's fine. But like, don't mix both if you're like high on one or the other. Because I feel like a lot of people just like have their smoke in one hand and like their drink in the other, but it's like a chill thing, so it's not too bad. Like with anything, like in moderation. Except some stuff. Some stuff don't ever, but with that, in moderation, it's fine. Because I feel like a lot of people, it's always like social whenever they smoke or drink or anything. Yeah, a bit and a bit is cool, but you're drunk, you're also more likely to overdo the smoke, so that's another. Yeah. It's like an eternal kind of like circle thing where it's like if you're drunk, you're more likely to. Ooh. You're more likely to smoke too much, and if you're high, you're more likely to maybe drink too much. Like it's kind of like an eternal back and forth at this point. Drunk people don't make the best decisions. I agree. I agree very much on that statement. Had to deal with people while drunk, and it's usually not the easiest thing to do. I'm always a bit, since I never drank to the point where I got drunk, I'm always a bit curious what kind of drunk I'd be, but also I'm kind of happy I don't have to know. Yeah. taking or not taking drugs is like if you go to some tribe that has no contact with civilization and one member of the tribe is fine and another is depressed, you could help that depressed guy with comfort and technology and drugs, but can't take it away. But that fine guy will be fine. Don't give him anything. I think I see what you mean, but I'm not sure if I see what you mean. Like help, like you should give drugs to people and stuff like that to people that need it and not give it to people that don't need it, so that way they don't get addicted in case. Is that kind of like the message? I don't know if technology would make that person less depressed, to be fair. It does give you a serotonin boost, but also worsen the stress, to be fair, a lot of the time. That was clumsy, I guess. But I'm trying to say, if people are content with the support from substance, they should stay away. They can benefit, careful, but I get it. Yeah. I agree with that, I think. I don't think the gambit is worth it to get into it if you know there could be bad consequences when you don't need it for moral support. But also I understand people wanting to have fun, you know. Then at that point you've just made... But you have, like, if you do it for fun, you have to, like, take in mind the fact that you might need help later to get off of it. Because there are a lot of people, to be fair, that will not have issues before and then take and then develop issues from it, and never-ending cycle. The only thing I hate from that drug scene, besides organized crime and politicians, is didn't get to open. Yeah, same. Very, very much same. It is extremely sad. To see all the bad things that comes up from it just because politicians decided, hey, let's have fun. Oh, well, we'll see when I'm fat for %. It's people I'm going to change my reality perception now. Yeah, I get what you mean. I feel like some people do take it as like a social experiment when they shouldn't, because that's not what it is. Like, if you want to do a social experiment, watch a documentary on Netflix. I don't know, there's other stuff to do. then they do it and they're like, I talk to the gods. And then they create a cult. Bro, you're just like... It's just such... Talk to the gods. If you, yeah, I think like if you want to go into spiritual stuff, do it without substances. Like, please. Spirituality can be fun. Just do it without the help of drugs. Usually, if you need drugs to be spiritual, it means you're not that spiritual. Fucking Joe Rogan. That's a comment I can get. I agree with. I fucking hate Joe Rogan. Yeah, so many cult starts because of that. Just some people being like, I saw something while I was on drugs. It's like, great, bestie. Do you want a medal or something? You took something that changed your perception. It changed your perception. Incredible. Fucking idiot. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that was 10%. You said that like 2 seconds ago. The worst thing is the people can't really help it, but I can't help PP stuff. Yeah, I get that, to be fair. I feel it also comes from people wanting a solution and wanting a way out of the society that we live in. So it's easier to be like, oh my god, I saw God and now I have this new way of life, than to be like, actually, this was just, you know, the drug doing its thing. And yeah. But then it usually hurts other people, so that's when the issue comes in, usually. But I get that there are stuff that like people just cannot help to do and annoy me too. And you're like, well, I can't really say anything about it because it's nothing. I mean, that depends. I was going to say it's nothing harmful about it. That specific one depends. But yeah. But hey, I think being content without substance abuse is really cool. Yeah, I agree with that. That's true. you manage to find that you're happy in life without anything, that's the best thing, I think. I think it's hard to be, but you know. This is a face? Oh, yeah. Like eye, mouth, yeah. A little bit too. To be fair, aren't butterfly wings supposed to mimic faces or something like that? To predators? There we go. Okay, just need to redo a bit of the background. Go. I'm trying to go a bit fast because my iPad is running on low battery. Hopla. Is this the entire thing? Oh, I just need to do the number. What color should I do it? I'll just do it this one. Hopla. No. Very true. Nice. I didn't remember if that was a true fact or not, but I remember reading that somewhere, somehow, one day, years ago. I wouldn't take that stress, just keep the sucker plugged in. The thing is, you see, I can't because it's plugged into my computer so you can see the screen. So I cannot plug it in because then you wouldn't see me drawing, basically. That's the reason why it's not plugged in. And I charge it to 100% before stream. No, the socket is not too far. It's that the hole to charge it in is plugged into my computer. That's how I get the feedback of the video. So I wouldn't be able to charge it while it's being plugged in into my computer. Because I only have one charging port on my iPad. One port in general, to be fair. So I kind of can just do drawing streams for like around that time if I use my iPad, because I do have another tablet, but I don't use it. Here we go. It's not charging while it's plugged, no. I don't know why. My phone does, but my iPad doesn't. So I don't know why it's not, but mystery for another day. I just kind of want to make it glisten slightly, so let's do that. Because I think my computer is just like, you're here to share your screen, you're not here to be plugged. Or to share a document or something and not here to charge. So I don't really know why, but you know. The hell, I never known an iPad with that sound test. Yeah. I don't really know why. Maybe it's a too old of a model, maybe. I don't know, that sounds weird. Because it's not my computer, because my computer is quite new. But, yeah. Maybe it has to do with my iPad being too, like, taking too much battery, but my computer is plugged in, so that wouldn't be an issue. But I don't know. I should maybe Google it one day. Here we go. But I finished the illustration anyway, so ta-da! We got the June one about pixies. Hehe. I'll just have to do the other color version out of stream, but that takes me 5 seconds because it's just copy and pasting into another file. Oh, I just have this that I'm going to change up because I don't like that. Here we go. Here we go. Murder European pixies. Nice, thank you. And it's around the time I should stop as well, so you know, good timing and stuff. Ugh, I was kind of rushing at the end because I was like, I need to finish before my iPad dies. But yeah, so tomorrow we have more art. The plan was to finish this, but I didn't have enough to finish, so it won't be finishing this, but it will be Um, I'll be doing the cover for my comic, I think, tomorrow. I'll be working on that. On Thursdays, I am off. On Friday, I'm also doing art, but I don't know what I'll be doing yet for Friday. On Saturday, I will be playing more Riven, and on Sunday, I will be doing more co-working, which is going to be me doing more thumbnails like I did last week. Thanks for talking to Finless Group. It was quite fun. Thank you, Nan. I'm glad. I'm quite happy with this one. I do like... I have maybe a few things I'll change and twitch a little bit before I post it on the Discord and on my Blue Sky. But I'm quite happy overall. Okay, I'll be going now. Thank you all for joining and chatting and everything. It was very fun. Bye-bye!